Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The letter that summoned Arthur Finch to Somber Hollow arrived on a piece of stiff, yellowed cardstock, its edges brittle with age. The script within was elegant, spidery, and penned in a faded sepia-toned ink. Your great-uncle Alistair Thorne has passed. As his sole remaining kin, the contents of his workshop and the custodianship of his unique collection now fall to you. Your presence is requested at number 1, Somber Hollow Lane, at your earliest convenience. Silas Blackwood, Executor. Arthur, a struggling sculptor whose meticulously detailed, often unsettling, anatomical studies in bronze had found little favor in the contemporary art world, felt a flicker of morbid curiosity. Great-uncle Alistair Thorne, the Thorne name, a recurring shadowed thread in the tapestry of his obscure family history, had been a renowned, if deeply eccentric, taxidermist, a master of an art form that had largely fallen out of fashion and, according to hushed family whispers, a man whose creations were said to be unnervingly lifelike. Somber Hollow was less a village and more a forgotten hamlet nestled deep within a perpetually misty, ancient forest in a remote corner of New England. The lane itself was a narrow, winding track, overgrown with gnarled, black-limbed trees whose branches intertwined overhead, creating a perpetual twilight even at midday. The air was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, pine resin, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible odor, sharp and chemical, like preserving fluids, mingled with the dry, dusty scent of old fur and feathers. Number 1, Somber Hollow Lane, was a rambling two-story stone house, its walls almost entirely obscured by a rampant, dark-leafed ivy. Its windows were small, deeply recessed, like shadowed eyes peering out from beneath a heavy, moss-covered slate roof. A single unlit oil lamp hung beside the weathered oak door, its glass chimney clouded with soot. The silence here was profound, a heavy, absorbent quiet that seemed to swallow sound, broken only by the drip of moisture from the eaves and the distant, mournful hoot of an owl. Silas Blackwood, the executor, met him at the door. He was a tall, gaunt figure, as ancient and weathered as the house itself. His face a network of deep-set wrinkles, his eyes the pale, cloudy blue of a winter sky. He wore a threadbare, dark tweed suit that seemed to hang on his skeletal frame, and his hands, gnarled and liver-spotted, clutched a heavy, brass-knobbed cane. His voice was a low, rasping whisper, like dry leaves skittering across flagstones. "Mr. Finch," Blackwood rasped, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Arthur's carefully composed exterior. "Your great-uncle, he prepared for your arrival. The collection, it awaits its new keeper." He led Arthur through a series of dimly lit, dust-filled rooms, their furniture shrouded in white sheets, their walls lined with faded pastoral tapestries. The house felt cold, unnaturally still, as if holding its breath. The only sounds were their own muted footsteps on the creaking floorboards and Blackwood's rasping whisper. The workshop was located in a sprawling stone-flagged wing at the rear of the house, accessible through a heavy iron-banded door. As Blackwood pushed it open, a wave of that strange, sharp, sweet chemical and dust scent washed over Arthur, stronger here, mingled with the faint, almost subliminal aroma of old blood. The workshop was a vast, high-ceiling chamber lit by several grimy, arched windows that offered a bleak view of the encroaching forest. It was a taxidermist's dream, or perhaps nightmare. Workbenches were littered with an astonishing array of tools: delicate scalpels, gleaming bone saws, fine needles, intricate wiring, and glass eyes of every conceivable size and color, glinting like scattered jewels in the dim light. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of preserving chemicals, rolls of cured leather, bags of kapok and excelsior, and reference books on animal anatomy, their pages brittle and yellowed. But it was the collection itself that seized Arthur's attention, his artist's eye both fascinated and profoundly disturbed. They were everywhere, not just the usual mounted deer heads or stuffed pheasants. These were different. Animals, yes, foxes, owls, badgers, even a massive black-furred wolf, its lips drawn back in a silent, eternal snarl. But their poses were unnervingly lifelike, their glass eyes holding a spark of intelligence, of awareness that transcended mere artistry. And interspersed among them were other figures. Figures that were not entirely animal. A creature with the body of a stag, its antlers impossibly branched and intertwined with thorny vines, its head disturbingly, subtly, human-like in its features. A massive owl with feathers like spun moonlight, its talons gripping a small, intricately carved wooden box, its wise, ancient eyes seeming to follow Arthur's every move. And in the center of the room, on a raised, velvet-draped dais, stood Alistair Thorne's masterpiece, a life-sized figure of a woman, her form sculpted from an amalgamation of materials. Cured leather stretched over a delicate bone armature, her hair like spun moonlight, or perhaps cobwebs, her face a mask of serene, unsettling beauty, her eyes closed as if in peaceful slumber, her hands crafted from polished, age-darkened wood, delicately holding a single, perfectly preserved black rose. "Your great-aunt Alara," Silas Blackwood whispered, his voice tinged with a strange reverence, gesturing towards the figure on the dais. His final and most personal creation. Arthur felt a wave of nausea, a cold dread that settled deep in his bones. This wasn't taxidermy. This was something else. Something that blurred the lines between art and abomination, between preservation and necromancy. Your great-uncle Alistair believed that true taxidermy was not merely about preserving the form, Blackwood continued, his cloudy eyes fixed on the Alara figure, but about capturing the essence, the spirit. He sought to still the moment of passing, to weave the fading echo of life into a new, enduring vessel. He handed Arthur a heavy, leather-bound ledger, its pages filled with Alistair Thorne's precise, elegant script. His notes, his techniques, his mind philosophies. The collection requires a knowledgeable hand, Mr. Finch. A hand that understands the delicate art of transition. With that, Silas Blackwood seemed to melt back into the shadows of the workshop, leaving Arthur alone with the silent, watchful figures and the overwhelming weight of his unwanted inheritance. Arthur, despite his initial revulsion, found himself drawn into his great-uncle's world. As a sculptor, he could appreciate the incredible artistry, the meticulous attention to detail, the profound understanding of anatomy evident in each piece. He spent days in the workshop, poring over Thorne's journals, examining the tools, studying the preserved specimens. Thorne's journals were a revelation, a descent into a mind obsessed with the liminal spaces between life and death. He wrote of sympathetic resonances between the preserved form and the departed spirit, of ethereal armatures that could anchor a fading consciousness, of whispering skins that still held the tactile memories of life. He detailed complex, almost ritualistic, preservation techniques involving rare herbs, alchemical solutions, and bioenergetic transference. October 12th, 1953. The old badger, Silas, named for a particularly taciturn groundskeeper of my youth, finally succumbed. His spirit was reluctant to depart the hollow. I have offered it a new vessel. His eyes, now glass, still hold the wild wisdom of the deep woods. He watches me. He approves. November 7th, 1968. Began work on Ilara. Her passing was peaceful, but her essence lingers strongly in the house, in the garden. She always loved the black roses. I will ensure she holds one for eternity. It is a comfort to know she will remain present. Arthur began to understand. His great-uncle hadn't just been preserving animals or even creating lifelike sculptures. He had been attempting to house souls, to create permanent, beautiful vessels for the lingering spirits of those he had known, loved, or perhaps even feared. The workshop itself seemed to hum with a silent, expectant energy. The air was always cold, despite the sporadically functioning ancient furnace. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more animate than they should be. And the figures, they watched him. He would find them in subtly different positions each morning. The wolf's snarl a fraction wider, the owl's head tilted at a new angle, the stag creature's human-like eyes seemingly focused on a different part of the room. And Ilara, on her dais, sometimes he could swear her serene expression held a hint of a melancholic smile, or that the black rose in her wooden hands was a shade fresher, its petals less brittle. He started hearing sounds. The faint click of talons on stone, the dry rustle of fur or feathers, the softest, almost inaudible sigh, like a breath held too long, then released. He told himself it was the old house settling. The wind, his own imagination working overtime in this unsettling environment. But a deeper, more primal part of him knew better. The collection was not static. It was aware. One night, he was working late, meticulously cleaning the glass eyes of a magnificent snowy owl, its gaze unnervingly direct. He felt a sudden intense cold spot beside him, and the distinct sensation of breath on the back of his neck. Not human breath, but something drier, cooler, carrying the faint scent of dust and old feathers. He spun around, his heart pounding. Nothing. Only the silent, watchful ranks of the preserved animals, their glass eyes glinting in the dim light of his oil lamp. He began to dream of the workshop, but in his dreams, the figures were not still. They moved, they stalked, they conversed in a silent language of gesture and shared understanding. Ilara would descend from her dais, her wooden hands surprisingly graceful, and tend to the other figures, adjusting a ruffled feather, smoothing a matted patch of fur, her movements filled with a strange maternal tenderness. And the wolf, its eyes burning with a cold green fire, would pace the perimeter, its silent snarl a warning. He found a hidden compartment in Alistair Thorne's massive workbench. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, was a collection of tools unlike any he had ever seen. Scalpels crafted from obsidian, needles made of polished bone, threads of spun silver and what looked like dried sinew, and a small leather-bound book, its pages filled with Thorne's spidery script, detailing not preservation techniques but transference rituals. The vessel must be pure, attuned to the departing essence, one passage read. The skin, the fur, the feathers, they are but the outer garment. It is the armature, the carefully constructed framework of bone and wire that must resonate with the spirit's final sigh. And the eyes? The eyes are the windows through which they may still perceive and be perceived. Arthur felt a wave of profound, sickening comprehension. His great-uncle hadn't just been a taxidermist. He had been a psychopomp, a self-appointed ferryman of souls, binding them not to the afterlife, but to these meticulously crafted, beautiful, horrifying effigies. He decided he had to leave Somber Hollow. He couldn't be a part of this. He would seal up the workshop, inform the solicitor that the collection was unsaleable, and walk away from this legacy of stitched skin and silent, watching eyes. But the house and its collection had other plans. When he tried to leave, the front door was inexplicably jammed. The windows were sealed shut, their ancient frames seemingly fused to the stone. The path back to the main road was obscured by a sudden, unnaturally thick fog that had rolled in from the surrounding forest, a fog that seemed to writhe with indistinct, grasping shapes. He was trapped. The whispers started then, no longer just in the workshop, but throughout the house. Faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. Not human voices, but a chorus of animal sounds, the hoot of an owl, the growl of a wolf, the rustle of leathery wings, the click of antlers, all imbued with a strange, unsettling intelligence, and interwoven with them, a single, soft, feminine sigh, a whisper of lavender and sorrow. Ilara. Arthur barricaded himself in the workshop, the one place where he felt a strange, perverse sense of control. The figures here, at least, were familiar. He surrounded himself with Alistair Thorne's tools, his journals, as if their presence could offer some form of protection or understanding. The figures in the workshop grew more active. The wolf would pace silently before the barred door, its glass eyes burning with a possessive light. The stag creature would lower its intricately branched antlers, as if in challenge. And Ilara, on her dais, her serene expression unchanged, seemed to exude an aura of calm, knowing authority. One night, as a storm raged outside, mirroring the tempest in Arthur's soul, he found himself drawn to the Ilara figure. He reached out a trembling hand and touched her cold wooden cheek. As his fingers made contact, a jolt, like a static charge, shot up his arm. The workshop plunged into darkness, the oil lamp sputtering and dying. And in that darkness, he heard Ilara's voice, clear and distinct in his mind, not a whisper, but a thought, an idea, a presence. The balance is broken, nephew. The wildness seeps in. The old ones stir beyond the hollow. The collection, it is a dam against a darker tide. It requires a strong hand, a shaper, a binder. Visions flooded Arthur's mind. He saw Somber Hollow not as a quiet hamlet, but as a focal point, a thinning in the veil between worlds. He saw his great-uncle Alistair, not as an eccentric taxidermist, but as a guardian, a sorcerer, using his strange art to bind chaotic, elemental spirits to physical forms to create a legion of silent, watchful protectors. Ilara, his wife, had been his anchor, his muse, perhaps even his willing sacrifice. Her essence woven into the heart of the collection to give it stability, a humanizing influence. But with Alistair gone, with Ilara's own essence fading, the bindings were weakening. The spirits within the preserved forms were growing restless, their primal natures reasserting themselves. And the darker things, the formless ancient entities from the deep woods, from the shadowed hollows, were being drawn to the weakening ward. The workshop is not a tomb, Arthur. Ilara's silent voice continued in his mind. It is a fortress, and its guardians, they require a new master, a new heart to lend them purpose. Arthur understood. This wasn't just an inheritance of property. It was an inheritance of responsibility, of a terrible sacred duty. He was a thorn, or at least of thorn blood. The skill, the sensitivity, the resonance was in his lineage. His own art, his unsettlingly lifelike anatomical sculptures, had been a subconscious echo of this ancestral calling. He looked at his own hands, the hands of a sculptor, hands that knew how to shape form, to imbue inert matter with the illusion of life. The door to the workshop splintered, then burst inwards. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the stormy, unnatural light of the hallway, were not the familiar figures of the collection, but something else. Something older, darker, more primal. Shadows, vast and amorphous, with eyes like burning coals. Twisted root-like tendrils snaked into the room, carrying the stench of deep earth and ancient decay. These were the old ones, the entities from beyond the hollow, drawn by the failing wards, by the scent of unprotected, unhoused spirits. The preserved figures in the workshop stirred, their glass eyes turning towards the intruders, a low, collective growl rumbling through the room. The wolf bared its teeth, its fur bristling. The stag creature lowered its massive antlers. Even the smaller animals, the owls, the foxes, the badgers, seemed to tense, to prepare for battle. But they were leaderless, their energies unfocused, their forms beginning to flicker, to lose cohesion in the face of this overwhelming, ancient power. Alara's voice, urgent now in Arthur's mind. Take up the tools, nephew. Claim your place. Give them your will. Weave the bindings anew. Become the keeper of the stillness. Arthur looked at the workbench, at the obsidian scalpels, the bone needles, the threads of spun silver. He looked at the figure of Alara, her serene face now imbued with a desperate plea. He looked at the encroaching shadows, at the terrified, flickering forms of his great-uncle's strange, beautiful, terrifying creations. He made his choice. He seized a scalpel, its obsidian edge impossibly sharp, cold against his palm. He grabbed a handful of bone needles, a spool of silver thread. He felt a strange new power surge through him, a clarity, a purpose. He was no longer Arthur Finch, the struggling sculptor. He was Thorn, the inheritor, the guardian, the taxidermist of Somber Hollow. He did not fight the old ones with force. He fought them with art. He moved among his great-uncle's creations, his hands working with a speed and precision he hadn't known he possessed. He reinforced a loose stitch on the wolf's leather hide, and its form solidified, its growl deepening into a menacing snarl. He reset a glass eye in the stag creature's head, and its gaze sharpened, its antlers crackling with a faint blue energy. He restrung a broken sinew in the owl's wing, and it spread its moon-feathered pinions, its silent hoot a wave of pure, focused intent. With each touch, each repair, each act of focused will, he wove a part of himself into the figures, lending them his strength, his resolve, and they, in turn, responded, their forms becoming more vibrant, their spectral energies coalescing, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. The old ones recoiled, their shadowy forms flickering, their tendrils withdrawing from the focused, revitalized energy of the collection. They were creatures of chaos, of unmaking. They could not withstand this symphony of preserved life, of bound spirits, all resonating with a single, defiant will. Arthur worked through the night, a dervish of creative, protective fury. He mended, he stitched, he reshaped, he reanimated. He poured his own life force, his own artistic essence into every figure, until the workshop blazed with a silent internal light, a fortress of beautifully preserved, fiercely loyal guardians. As dawn approached, its pale, watery light filtering through the grimy windows, the last of the old ones retreated, their shadowy forms dissolving back into the ancient forest, their hungry whispers fading into the sigh of the wind. Arthur collapsed onto the stone floor, exhausted, drained, but strangely at peace. The workshop was silent, save for the soft, rhythmic breathing of the figures around him. They were still, but it was the stillness of sentinels, of guardians, at their post. Alara stood before him, her form more solid, more luminous than ever before. The black rose in her wooden hands had a single, fresh dewdrop clinging to its velvet petals. "You have done well, nephew." Her voice resonated in his, mind no longer sorrowful, but filled with a quiet pride. "You are truly Thorn now. The collection is yours to command. The hollow is safe, for now." She gestured towards the workbench. Lying there, where the obsidian scalpels and bone needles had been, was a single, exquisitely carved marionette. It was a representation of Alistair Thorne, his great-uncle, his face serene, his hands holding a miniature set of taxidermist's tools. "He too has found his place in the stillness," Alara said. "His work complete." Arthur understood. His great-uncle hadn't just died. He had transitioned. He had become part of his own collection, his spirit bound to the workshop, to the hollow, a silent, eternal guardian. And now, it was Arthur's turn. Not to die, not yet, but to assume the mantle, to become the new taxidermist of Somber Hollow, the keeper of its strange, silent, watchful inhabitants. He lives there still, in the old stone house on Somber Hollow Lane. He tends the collection, mends the frayed threads, polishes the glass eyes, whispers to the preserved forms. He has learned their names, their stories, the unique resonances of their bound spirits. He has even added to the collection small creatures of the forest, found at the moment of their passing, their essences gently, respectfully, woven into new, enduring vessels. The villagers, those few who remain in the scattered homesteads beyond the hollow, speak of him in hushed, fearful tones. They see the faint light in the workshop windows late at night. They hear the strange, almost inaudible clicks and rustles that drift from the ancient house. They leave offerings at the edge of the woods, small animal bones, polished stones, bundles of dried herbs. Arthur Finch, the sculptor, is gone. In his place stands Thorne, the taxidermist, the guardian of the hollow. He is a solitary figure, his face etched with a wisdom beyond his years, his eyes holding the reflected light of 1,000 glass orbs. He rarely leaves the hollow. He has no need. His world, his art, his mod family are all here. And sometimes, on nights when the wind sighs just so through the ancient gnarled trees, and the moon casts long, dancing shadows across the workshop floor, the figures stir, not with menace, but with a quiet, watchful life. The wolf paces silently. The owl blinks its luminous eyes, and Alara, on her dais, her serene face illuminated by the moonlight, offers a single, perfect black rose to the new master of Somber Hollow. The silence of the workshop is the silence of 1,000 stitched lives, 1,000 bound spirits, all listening, all waiting, under the steady, knowing hand of their new and eternal keeper. The art, after all, endures, and it always demands a dedicated soul. The summons to the Thorne family estate, known only as Withering Reach, arrived not as a letter, but as a single pressed corpse flower, its petals the color of bruised twilight, its scent a faint, unsettlingly sweet aroma of decay and forgotten perfumes. It was left on Dr. Alistair Finch's doorstep, a botanist whose once celebrated career had taken a sharp, controversial turn into the study of bioresonant flora, plants that, he theorized, could absorb and retain the emotional and psychic imprints of their environment, particularly those of intense human suffering or joy. The accompanying note, penned in an elegant spidery script on what felt like dried lotus leaf, was from one Alara Vance, curator of the Echo Garden. It spoke of a critical desiccation within the garden, a fading of the resonant blooms, and a silencing of the ancestral whispers. Alistair's unique, if ridiculed, expertise was urgently required. The thorn name, a recurring, shadowy motif in the annals of esoteric botany and peculiar inheritances, resonated with Alistair immediately. Withering Reach was a legend, a place where the boundaries between the plant kingdom and something else were said to be almost non-existent. The stipend offered was, as usual in such arcane matters, substantial enough to make him overlook the ominous undertones. Alistair's journey to Withering Reach was a descent into deepening isolation and a landscape that seemed to grow older, more primal, with each passing mile. The estate was located in a remote, mist-shrouded valley in the Pacific Northwest, a place of ancient, moss-laden rainforests, where sunlight was a filtered, emerald memory. The house itself was a sprawling Gothic structure of dark, weathered timber and stone, half consumed by a rampant, almost sentient ivy, its countless gabled windows like shadowed, watchful eyes. The air was thick, humid, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and 1,000 unidentifiable, intoxicatingly sweet and subtly unsettling floral perfumes. Elara Vance met him at a crumbling stone gate, its wrought ironwork twisted into the shapes of thorny vines and strange, unknown blossoms. She was a woman of indeterminate age, her beauty as ethereal and unsettling as the garden itself. Her eyes were the color of deep forest pools, her movements fluid and silent, her voice a low, melodious whisper that seemed to blend with the sighing of the wind through the ancient trees. She wore a simple, dark gown that seemed woven from shadows and moonlight. "Dr. Finch," she murmured, her gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to bypass his academic composure and peer directly into his soul. The garden, it fades. The echoes grow faint. Your understanding of its unique language is our last hope. She led him through a labyrinth of overgrown pathways, past towering ferns that seemed to watch him with their unfurling fronds, beneath ancient trees whose gnarled branches intertwined like skeletal fingers, until they reached the heart of Withering Reach, the Echo Garden. It was not a garden in any conventional sense. It was a vast, enclosed conservatory, its glass roof, now grimy and cracked, filtering the weak sunlight into a hazy emerald twilight. Within, a riot of impossible flora thrived, or rather, had once thrived. Plants with blossoms like spun moonlight, leaves that shimmered with an internal phosphorescent light, vines that coiled and pulsed with a slow, deliberate sentience, flowers in colors Alistair had never seen, their petals shaped like grasping hands, weeping eyes, or silent, screaming mouths. The air was thick with their strange, sweet perfumes, a miasma that was both intoxicating and subtly draining. But now, a blight was upon this strange paradise. Many of the plants were withered, their vibrant colors faded to a dull, bruised gray. The phosphorescent leaves were dim, their internal light sputtering. The air, while still perfumed, carried an underlying note of decay, of despair. "This is the Echo Garden of Silas Thorne," Elara Vance whispered, her voice tinged with a profound sorrow. "My ancestor, and the first curator. He believed that plants, especially those cultivated in places of intense emotional resonance, could absorb and retain the echoes of human experience. Our joys, our sorrows, our deepest secrets, our dying breaths. This garden. It is a living library of souls, a botanical archive of the Thorne lineage." Alistair, the disgraced botanist, felt a thrill of horrified awe. This was the physical manifestation of his most controversial theories. This was bioresonant flora on a scale he had never dared to imagine. For generations, Ilara continued, her gaze sweeping over the wilting, spectral blooms. The curators have tended the garden, nurturing its echoes, listening to its whispers, maintaining the delicate balance between the botanical and the ethereal. But now something is wrong. The echoes are fading. The plants are forgetting. The garden is dying, and with it, the memories, the very essences of those who have become a part of it. Alistair's task, she explained, was to diagnose the cause of this resonant desiccation, to understand why the plants were losing their connection to the emotional imprints they held, and to find a way to restore their vitality, to reawaken their dormant echoes. His tools would be his own unique botanical sensitivities, his knowledge of ethereal flora, and a collection of antique, silver-inlaid gardening implements that Ilara claimed were attuned to the garden's breath. He was given a small, surprisingly comfortable suite of rooms within the main house, overlooking the conservatory. The rooms were filled with ancient leather-bound botanical texts, detailed journals of previous curators, and strange, alchemical-looking apparatus whose purpose he could only guess at. The first few days were spent in careful, meticulous observation. Alistair walked the winding paths of the Echo Garden, his senses overwhelmed by its strange, fading beauty. He touched the withered petals of the sorrow blooms, plants that were said to weep a fragrant opalescent sap when exposed to grief. He examined the whisper reeds, whose hollow stems, when the wind sighed through them, were rumored to carry the last words of the dying. He studied the memory mosses, which, according to Thorn family legend, could absorb and display fleeting, dreamlike images of past events. The garden was indeed fading. The vibrant colors were muted, the strange perfumes less potent. The subtle, almost subliminal hum of energy that he had sensed upon arrival was weaker now, almost inaudible. It was as if the very soul of the place was slowly, inexorably, ebbing away. He began to hear them then. The lost echoes. Not as distinct voices, but as faint, fragmented psychic impressions. A fleeting wave of profound joy, quickly followed by a crushing despair, a snatch of a forgotten lullaby, a whispered lover's promise, a choked cry of pain. They were like an orchestra tuning up in a distant, fog-shrouded hall, its melodies incoherent, its harmonies dissonant. The garden was trying to speak, but its voice was broken, its memories unraveling. He consulted the journals of Silas Thorn, the original curator. They were a disturbing, fascinating blend of meticulous botanical observation and mystical, almost shamanistic pronouncements. October 17th, 1788. The veil flower has absorbed the passing of young Master Alistair. Its petals now hold the precise shade of his dying blue eyes. His final sigh rustles its leaves. He is not gone, merely replanted. November 5th, 1802. The new hybrid, cultivated from a cutting taken at a place of great communal sorrow, thrives on the ambient grief. Its blossoms are black as despair, its perfume the scent of unshed tears. I have named it Dolorosa Perpetua. Silas Thorn, Alistair realized, hadn't just been a botanist. He had been an alchemist of emotion, a weaver of souls, using the unique properties of the Echo Garden to capture and preserve the fleeting essences of human experience. But his journals also spoke of a danger, a resonant overload, a point at which the garden could become saturated, its ability to process and harmonize the echoes overwhelmed. The garden requires a constant influx of fresh resonance, Thorn had written. Without new sorrows, new joys, new lives to absorb, the old echoes begin to degrade, to turn inward, to consume themselves. The silence of stagnation is its true blight. Alistair understood then. The Echo Garden was not dying from an external disease, but from starvation. It had been too long since a new, potent emotional echo had been introduced. Alara Vance, the current curator, was a solitary, almost ethereal being. Her own quiet, contemplative existence offered little of the vibrant, raw emotional energy the garden craved. The discordant pollens. Thorne's original summons had mentioned were not literal, but metaphorical. The fragmented, desperate cries of the fading echoes, their individual songs becoming a cacophony as the harmonizing influence of the garden weakened. He began to experiment cautiously. He would sit beside a withered sorrow bloom and focus on his own past griefs, his academic disappointments, the poignant ache of lost opportunities. The flower would tremble, its faded petals unfurling slightly, a single fragrant tear of opalescent sap forming on its tip. He would stand among the whisper reeds and speak aloud the names of forgotten poets, reciting their most melancholic verses. The reeds would rustle, their hollow stems emitting faint sighing echoes of the words he spoke. He was, in essence, feeding the garden with his own emotional and intellectual energy. It was exhausting, draining, but he could see the subtle, almost imperceptible improvements. A touch of color returning to a faded bloom, a faint, renewed glow in a patch of memory moss. Alara Vance watched him with her quiet, knowing eyes. "You understand its hunger, Dr. Finch," she whispered one evening, as they sat in the twilight hush of the conservatory. "The garden is a mirror. It reflects what is offered. For too long, it has reflected only absence." "But what is the solution?" Alistair asked, his voice weary. "I cannot sustain it alone. My own resonances are finite." Alara's gaze drifted towards the heartbloom, the massive multi-petaled lily that was the oraculum florae, its light now dangerously dim. "There is a ritual," she said softly. "The seeding of sorrows. It is demanding. It requires a conscious offering. A life, willingly given, not in death, but in full resonant bloom." Alistair felt a cold dread. "You mean a human sacrifice?" "Not a sacrifice in the crude sense," Alara corrected, her voice barely a breath. "But a merging, a conscious decision to become part of the garden, to offer one's own life echo, one's complete spectrum of emotional resonance, to replenish its fading vitality. It is the ultimate act of curatorship. It is how the thorn lineage has sustained withering, reach for generations." She looked at him then, her deep forest pool eyes filled with a profound ancient sorrow. "My own time is nearing its end, Dr. Finch. My own echoes grow faint. The garden, it has been calling for a new curator, a new seeding." Alistair understood the true reason for his summons. He was not here just to diagnose or to temporarily mend. He was being auditioned. He was being cultivated. The thought was terrifying. To surrender his individuality, to become a mere echo, a botanical memory, however vibrant. Yet, as he looked around the fading, desperate beauty of the echo garden, as he felt the faint, pleading whispers of the countless souls preserved within its flora, a strange, unexpected emotion stirred within him. Not fear, but empathy, a profound, almost overwhelming desire to heal this wounded, sentient place, to restore its vibrant, sorrowful song. His own life, after all, had been one of quiet desperation, of unacknowledged truths. Perhaps here, in this strange, liminal space, his unique botanical sensitivities, his controversial theories, could find their true purpose. The next few weeks were a blur of intense, focused effort. Alistair, guided by Alara and the ancient wisdom of Silas Thorne's journals, began to prepare for the seeding of sorrows. It was not a quick process. It involved deep meditation, a conscious attunement to the garden's rhythms, a gradual merging of his own bioresonant field with that of the wilting flora. He spent hours by the oraculum flori, his hands immersed in its cool black water, allowing the heart bloom to sample his emotional spectrum, to assess his suitability. He walked the garden at night, whispering his own forgotten sorrows to the umbral lilies, offering his fleeting joys to the fading sun petals. He felt himself becoming less Alistair Finch, the individual, and more, a part of the garden's collective, vegetative consciousness. The garden responded. Slowly, tentatively at first, then with increasing vigor. The sorrow blooms wept fragrant, opalescent tears. The whisper reeds sighed with renewed clarity. The memory mosses flickered with vibrant, half-forgotten images. The heart bloom began to unfurl, its colors deepening, its internal light pulsing with a steady, rhythmic beat. But Alistair felt himself weakening, his own physical form becoming less substantial, his thoughts less his own. He was being absorbed, transmuted. The night of the final ritual, the night of the full seeding, arrived with a profound, almost preternatural stillness. The fen. No, the garden, he corrected himself, his mind still struggling to hold on to its own familiar terms, was silent, expectant. Ilara Vance led him to the very heart of the Echo Garden, to a small, moss-covered clearing he hadn't noticed before. In the center, a patch of rich, dark earth lay bare, pulsating with a faint, internal light. "This is the seedbed of souls," Ilara whispered, her own form now almost translucent, her voice a faint echo on the humid air. "Here, the old curator makes way for the new. Here, the cycle continues." She gestured for him to lie down on the warm, receptive earth. Alistair did so, a strange sense of peace, of inevitability, settling over him. He looked up through the grimy glass roof of the conservatory at the distant, cold stars. Ilara knelt beside him. She took his hand, her touch as light and cool as a falling petal. "Do not fear, Alistair Finch." Her voice resonated in his mind, no longer a whisper, but a clear, harmonious thought. "You will not be lost. You will be transformed. Your song will join the chorus. Your sorrow will become beauty." She began to chant, an ancient, wordless melody that seemed to draw upon the very essence of the garden, the collective hum of its myriad botanical lives. The plants around them stirred, their leaves rustling, their blossoms unfurling, their strange, sweet perfumes intensifying, enveloping Alistair in a soporific, intoxicating cloud. He felt roots, fine and delicate as spun silk, begin to emerge from the warm earth beneath him, coiling around his limbs, his torso, his very being. They did not pierce his skin, but merged with it, weaving his flesh, his bones, his nerves, into the living fabric of the garden. He felt no pain, only a profound sense of dissolution, of becoming. His consciousness expanded, fractured, then reformed, no longer contained within the confines of his human mind, but spread throughout the vast, interconnected network of the Echo Garden. He was the sorrow bloom, weeping its fragrant tears. He was the whisper reed, sighing its forgotten secrets. He was the memory moss, dreaming its faded histories. He was the heart bloom, pulsing with the collective life of 1,000 absorbed souls. He was Alistair Finch, and he was the garden. His last human thought was a fleeting image of a single, pressed nightshade blossom, its petals the color of bruised twilight, a symbol of a journey begun and a destination, finally, terrifyingly, beautifully, reached. Years later, a young, ambitious linguist named Silas Thorne, the names like seeds, always found fertile ground in these forgotten, resonant places, received a peculiar anonymous grant. It was to study a newly re-emergent and highly unusual dialect of archaic Dutch, rumored to be spoken only by the reclusive inhabitants of a remote island in the Frisian archipelago, a place known locally as Benderhuis. The grant also mentioned, almost as an afterthought, the island's unique sonic architecture and the strange resonant properties of its ancient ossuary. Silas, intrigued, made the arduous journey. He found the island, the fortified manor, and its ancient enigmatic custodian, a woman of indeterminate age, her beauty as ethereal and unsettling as the mist-shrouded landscape. She introduced herself only as Ilara, curator of the echoes. She led him to the ossuary, to the bone organ, to the silent, watchful skulls. And she spoke of the great silence, of the need for a nuanced listener, a harmonist, to tend the fragile balance of ancestral memory. Silas Thorne, the linguist, felt a profound, almost terrifying sense of déjà vu, as if he had stood in this very place, listened to these very words, in another life, another dream. He looked at the bone organ, its femur pipes gleaming, its vertebral keys waiting. He felt a strange, irresistible pull, a sense that his true work, his ultimate understanding of the resonant power of language, of memory, of silence, was about to begin. The cycle, after all, always continued. The echoes always sought a voice. The gardens, whether of bone or blossom, always required a dedicated, and perhaps ultimately absorbed, curator. The silence of withering. Reach, like the silence of Benderhuis, was not an absence, but a presence, a vast intricate tapestry of interwoven lives, waiting for the next sensitive soul to discern its pattern, to add their own unique thread to its eternal, haunting design. The Thorne legacy, in all its shadowed, peculiar forms, endured. The offer arrived not as a letter, but as a single, antique pocket watch. Its silver casing tarnished, its crystal cracked, its hands frozen at precisely 3:07 a.m. It was left on Dr. Alistair Finch's doorstep, a horologist whose academic pursuits had devolved from the precise mechanics of chronometers to the controversial, almost alchemical study of temporal resonance, the theory that powerful emotional events, or locations saturated with prolonged human suffering, could warp or even trap fragments of time itself. The accompanying note, etched onto a small, corroded brass plaque, was from one Silas Blackwood, curator of Penhurst's Echoes. It spoke of a critical desynchronization within the infamous long-abandoned Penhurst Asylum, of erratic temporal loops, and a cacophony of stopped moments that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the institution's haunted present. Alistair's unique, if widely ridiculed, expertise in chronomechanics and resonant time signatures was urgently required. The Thorne family, Blackwood cryptically added, had a vested ancestral interest in Penhurst's temporal integrity. The remuneration, as always in these shadowy summons, was substantial enough to silence Alistair's lingering professional pride. Alistair, whose own life felt increasingly like a series of stalled, repeating moments, felt a morbid, almost irresistible pull. Penhurst Asylum was a name that resonated with a chilling notoriety in the annals of institutional neglect and human misery. If any place on earth could trap time, could fester with resonant echoes of suffering, it was Penhurst. The journey to Penhurst, located in a desolate, perpetually overcast corner of rural Pennsylvania, was a descent into a landscape of forgotten towns and decaying industrial skeletons. The asylum itself loomed on a hill overlooking a stagnant Blackwater Creek, a sprawling, multi-winged Victorian Gothic monstrosity of soot-stained brick and crumbling granite. Its countless barred windows were like empty, accusing eyes, many shattered, revealing glimpses of the darkness within. A rusted wrought-iron fence, topped with cruel, inward-curving spikes, encircled the grounds, its main gate chained and padlocked, bearing a faded, "No trespassing, condemned" sign. Silas Blackwood, a figure as gaunt and weathered as the asylum itself, met him at a small, almost hidden sally port in the perimeter wall. He was draped in a dark, threadbare groundskeeper's coat, his face a roadmap of deep-set wrinkles, his eyes the pale, washed-out gray of a winter sky. His voice was a low, rasping whisper, like wind through broken glass. "Dr. Finch," Blackwood rasped, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Alistair's carefully constructed academic facade. "The clocks. They have all stopped. Or rather, they have all stopped differently. The echoes. They are breaking free." He led Alistair through a labyrinth of decaying corridors, their linoleum floors cracked and buckled, their plaster walls peeling to reveal a leprous patchwork of lath and horsehair. The air was thick, cold, and carried the pervasive, cloying scent of mildew, dust, old iron, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old blood, mingled with the sharp, antiseptic odor of long-evaporated despair. The silence of Penhurst was not a true silence. It was a cacophony of hushed, almost subliminal sounds. The faint, rhythmic creak of unseen rocking chairs, the distant, muffled sobs of forgotten patients, the soft, padding footsteps of invisible attendants making their endless, spectral rounds, and most disturbingly, the faint, discordant ticking of 1,000 imaginary clocks, all out of sync. Alistair's assigned workspace was the former chief administrator's office, a vast, oak-paneled chamber overlooking the asylum's desolate, overgrown central courtyard. The room was dominated by a massive, intricately carved mahogany desk, its surface littered with dusty, leather-bound ledgers and a collection of antique, non-functional clocks. Mantel clocks, carriage clocks, even a beautiful, but silent, ship's chronometer. Penhurst was not just an asylum, Dr. Finch, Blackwood explained, his voice a low murmur against the unsettling symphony of phantom ticks and talks. It was an experiment. Alistair Thorne, the asylum's founder and my distant ancestor, believed that madness was not a disease of the mind, but a desynchronization of an individual's personal timeline. He theorized that by precisely controlling the temporal environment, by creating a place where time itself flowed differently, or could even be paused, he could reset the fractured minds of his patients. Alistair felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty, decaying room. This was beyond even his own controversial theories. This was horological hubris on a terrifying institutional scale. "He built the Kronos engine," Blackwood continued, gesturing towards a massive, steel-reinforced door at the far end of the office, a door secured by a series of complex, interlocking brass locks. Deep within the asylum's foundations, a vast, clockwork mechanism designed not to measure time, but to manipulate it, to create localized fields of temporal distortion. For decades, it maintained a fragile equilibrium, but now, the engine falters, its rhythms are erratic, and the stopped moments it once held in check. They are bleeding through, replaying themselves, trapping the unwary. Alistair's task, Blackwood elaborated, was to enter the Kronos engine's chamber, to diagnose its malfunction, and, using his unique understanding of temporal mechanics, to reharmonize its gears, to reset its escapement, before Penhurst itself became permanently unstuck in time, a chaotic maelstrom of endlessly repeating, fragmented moments. He was given a small, surprisingly clean, cell-like room in the former staff quarters. His tools were his own intellect, his intuition, and a collection of antique horologist's instruments that Blackwood produced from a locked cabinet. Tiny, specialized lathes, jeweler's loops, and a set of tuning forks crafted from a strange, dark metal that resonated with an almost painful purity. The first few days were a disorienting immersion into Penhurst's fractured temporal landscape. Alistair would walk down a corridor, only to find himself inexplicably back at its beginning moments later. He would see doors open and close on their own, hear conversations, arguments, screams, echoing from empty rooms, fragments of Penhurst's tragic past replaying themselves in an endless, disjointed loop. The clocks were the worst. Every clock in the asylum, and there were hundreds, in every ward, every office, every cell, was stopped. But each was stopped at a different time, a seemingly random collection of frozen moments. Yet Alistair began to sense a pattern, a terrible underlying logic to their stillness. Each clock, he suspected, marked a moment of significant trauma, a point of intense emotional resonance, now trapped, endlessly repeating, within Penhurst's decaying walls. 3:07 a.m., the time on the pocket watch that had summoned him, seemed to be a particularly potent, recurring, stopped moment. He found Alistair Thorne's journals, bound in faded, water-stained buckram, hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the Kronos engine's antechamber. They were a chilling testament to a brilliant, obsessive, and ultimately catastrophically deluded mind. October 12, 1888. The engine breathes. I have successfully isolated and paused Subject 7's acute melancholic episode at precisely 4:19 p.m. His personal timeline is now held in stasis. The recalibration of his psychic chronometer can begin. November 3rd, 1892. A small desynchronization in Ward C. Several patients experienced a temporal echo, reliving the events of last Tuesday for approximately 3 hours. The engine's primary balance wheel requires recalibration. The resonant frequencies are unstable. June 17th, 1903. The cumulative stress on the engine is immense. The weight of so many stopped moments, so many trapped echoes. It groans under the strain. I fear I have built not a cure, but a temporal mausoleum. The walls themselves are beginning to resonate with the trapped grief. Penhurst. Penhurst is becoming a clockwork heart of pure sorrow. The final entries were fragmented, desperate. Thorne wrote of losing control, of the engine developing a will of its own, of the temporal eddies becoming whirlpools, threatening to drag the entire asylum into a state of permanent chaotic desynchronization. His last legible words were, "The escapement. It must be reset before the final chime." Alistair knew he had to enter the Kronos engine's chamber. The fate of Penhurst, and perhaps his own sanity, depended on it. Silas Blackwood, his face a mask of grim resignation, helped him open the massive brass-locked door. The air that billowed out was frigid, carrying the scent of ozone, hot metal, and the almost unbearable pressure of compressed time. The chamber beyond was vast, circular, its domed ceiling lost in shadow. And in the center, filling most of the space, was the Kronos engine. It was a horologist's dream and a madman's masterpiece. A colossal, intricate web of gears the size of millstones, intertwined with massive, slowly oscillating balance wheels, intricate escapement mechanisms that clicked and whirred with an erratic, discordant rhythm, and countless smaller, jeweled levers and cogs, all crafted from gleaming brass, blued steel, and some dark, unidentifiable alloy that seemed to absorb the light. The entire apparatus pulsed with a faint, sickly yellow luminescence, and the air around it crackled with temporal static. This was not just a machine. It was a captured, struggling god of time. Walkways and gantries allowed access to its various levels. Control panels, studded with dials, levers, and pressure gauges, were scattered throughout the chamber, their needles twitching erratically. The discordant ticking from the asylum's myriad stopped. Clocks was amplified here, a deafening, chaotic symphony of frozen moments. Alistair, armed with his tools and Thorne's desperate, fragmented schematics, began his work. He was not just repairing a machine. He was attempting to mend the fractured timeline of Penhurst itself. The engine resisted him. Gears would jam unexpectedly. Levers would refuse to move, or would snap back with violent force. The temporal eddies intensified, throwing him into disorienting loops. He would find himself reliving the same few seconds over and over. The frustration, the despair, building with each repetition. He would see ghostly figures, the trapped echoes of Penhurst's patients and staff, flickering in and out of existence, their silent screams, their endless repetitive actions, a constant, unnerving backdrop to his work. He saw Alistair Thorne himself, or rather, his temporal echo. A gaunt, wild-eyed figure in a stained frock coat, frantically adjusting dials, shouting unheard warnings, his face a mask of dawning horror as his creation spiraled out of control. Silas Blackwood remained a silent, watchful presence, occasionally offering a cryptic piece of advice, a half-remembered fragment of Thorne family lore, his own timeline seemingly anchored, immune to the worst of the distortions. The heart of the engine beats to the rhythm of its first stopped moment, he rasped at one point. Find that moment, Doctor. Reset its pulse. The first stopped moment. Alistair remembered the pocket watch. 3:07 a.m. He fought his way through the temporal chaos, towards the core of the engine, where the primary balance wheel, a massive, slowly wobbling disc of brass and crystal, oscillated with a sickening, irregular beat. This, he knew, was the source of the desynchronization. As he approached, a new series of echoes manifested, more vivid, more personal than the others. He saw himself, a younger Alistair, full of academic hope, presenting his first paper on temporal resonance, only to be met with ridicule and scorn. He saw his small London flat, the unpaid bills piling up, the quiet desperation of a life unfulfilled. The engine was probing him, using his own regrets, his own stopped moments, against him. He felt a wave of despair, a crushing sense of futility. What was the point? Time was broken here. Perhaps it was broken everywhere. Perhaps all of life was just an endless, meaningless repetition of sorrow and disappointment. But then, he saw another echo. A small, determined boy, fascinated by the intricate workings of his grandfather's antique clocks, carefully disassembling and reassembling them, marveling at the precision, the beauty, the delicate balance of their tiny, ticking hearts. That boy, that spark of pure, unadulterated passion for the art of horology, was still within him. He pushed through the despair, his resolve hardening. He would not become another trapped echo in Penhurst's temporal prison. He would mend this broken clock, this monstrous heart of sorrow. He reached the primary balance wheel. Its erratic oscillations were causing sympathetic vibrations throughout the entire engine, throwing its delicate mechanisms into chaos. He consulted Thorne's schematics, his mind racing. He needed to find the master escapement, the mechanism that regulated the release of the engine's power. It was located deep within the core, accessible only through a narrow, cramped access tunnel, surrounded by a dizzying array of spinning gears and arcing electrical currents. The temporal distortions here were almost unbearable. He saw 1,000 possible pasts, 1,000,000 terrifying futures, all swirling around him in a chaotic, vertiginous dance. He focused on the image of the boy, on the clean, precise logic of a well-made clock. He found the master escapement. It was a thing of terrible beauty, a complex assembly of jeweled palettes and delicate springs. But it was jammed. A single tiny shard of what looked like crystallized time, a fragment of a particularly potent, stopped moment, had lodged itself within the delicate mechanism, forcing it into an irregular, self-destructive rhythm. With infinite care, using a pair of specially insulated, non-ferrous tweezers from his kit. Alistair reached into the heart of the temporal storm. His hand passed through ghostly images of screaming patients, of stern-faced doctors, of Alistair Thorne himself, his face a mask of ultimate despair. He located the crystallized shard. It pulsed with a cold, malevolent light, resonating with the agony of the moment it represented. 3:07 a.m., the precise instant, Thorne's journals later revealed, of a catastrophic experimental overload that had irrevocably fractured Penhurst's timeline and trapped its founder within his own creation. He gently, carefully, dislodged the shard. For a single terrifying moment, the Chronos engine fell completely silent. The gears stopped, the balance wheels stilled, the yellow light faded. The cacophony of stopped moments, the whispers, the screams, the phantom ticks and talks, all ceased. Penhurst held its breath. Then, with a low, resonant hum, the primary balance wheel began to turn, smoothly, evenly. The master escapement clicked into place, its rhythm precise, unwavering. One by one, the thousands of gears throughout the engine began to mesh, to turn, to sing a new harmonious song. The sickly yellow light was replaced by a soft, steady, silver luminescence. The temporal static dissipated. The chaotic echoes faded, resolved, reintegrated into a single flowing stream. Alistair stumbled out of the access tunnel, his body battered, his mind exhausted, but his spirit strangely calm. He had done it. He had reset the heart of Penhurst. Silas Blackwood stood before him, his ancient face unreadable, but his pale eyes held a new, faint spark. The engine. It breathes true again, he whispered. The stopped moments. They are released. The echoes. They are at peace. Alistair looked around the vast chamber. The ghostly figures were gone. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted. The Chronos engine hummed with a quiet, powerful, and perfectly synchronized rhythm. It was still a monstrous, terrifying machine, but it was no longer a prison. It was, once more, simply a clock. A clock that kept the unique, sorrowful time of Penhurst Asylum, but kept it in harmony, in balance. He spent another week at Penhurst, working with Silas Blackwood to ensure the engine's stability. He learned that the Thorne family, for generations, had been its unwitting and often unwilling custodians, bound by blood and by a terrible ancestral responsibility. Blackwood himself was the last of a long line of hereditary caretakers, his own life inextricably linked to the asylum's temporal fate. When Alistair Finch finally left Penhurst, he carried with him more than just the substantial stipend. He carried a profound, unsettling understanding of the true nature of time, not as a linear progression, but as a vast, resonant fabric, capable of being torn, trapped, and perhaps with immense care and profound understanding, mended. He returned, to his quiet London flat, to his dusty books, and his esoteric research. His theories on temporal resonance no longer seemed so outlandish, so fantastical. He had seen firsthand the truth of them. He never published his experiences at Penhurst. The world he knew was not ready for such knowledge, and some clocks, some places, were best left to tick in their own unique, sorrowful, and ultimately harmonious rhythm. But sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, and the only sound is the steady ticking of his own grandfather clock, he takes out the antique pocket watch, its hand still frozen at 3:07 a.m. He holds it to his ear, and if he listens very, very closely, he can almost hear it. The faint, rhythmic hum of the Chronos engine, the collective, peaceful sigh of Penhurst's finely reconciled echoes, a reminder that even in the most broken of places, even in the most fractured of times, there is always the possibility of repair, of reharmonization, of a quiet, and almost silent, return to order. The asylum sleeps now, its dreams no longer tormented, its heart beating in slow, steady, and peaceful time. The invitation arrived not by post, but delivered by a silent, gray-liveried chauffeur driving a vintage Rolls-Royce the color of thunderclouds. It was addressed to Dr. Alistair Finch, a biochemist whose promising career had spectacularly imploded after he published a controversial monograph on psychofermentation, the theory that certain rare fungi, under specific environmental and emotional duress, could absorb and metabolize not just organic matter, but the residual psychic imprints of human suffering, concentrating them into potent, psychoactive compounds. The letter, penned in an elegant, spidery script on thick vellum-like paper that smelled faintly of damp earth, old cellars, and something subtly, disturbingly sweet and metallic, was from one Silas Thorne, vintner-in-chief of the Blackwood Estates. It spoke of a critical imbalance in their renowned and notoriously reclusive cellars, of discordant bouquets, and a fading of the ancestral vintages that threatened the very terroir of memory upon which the Thorne family legacy was built. Alistair's unique, if widely condemned expertise in the biochemistry of resonant decay was urgently required. The Thorne name, a recurring shadowed motif in Alistair's obscure field of research, always heralded the unusual, the unsettling, and often the profoundly dangerous. The remuneration offered was, as expected in such arcane consultations, astronomical. Alistair, whose academic reputation was now more akin to a cautionary tale than a curriculum vitae, and whose personal finances were in a state of advanced desiccation, found himself with little choice but to accept. The Blackwood Estates, he knew from hushed whispers and apocryphal texts, were not just vineyards. They were a legend, a place where the line between viticulture and something else was said to be almost non-existent. The journey took him deep into a remote, mist-shrouded valley in a forgotten corner of Gascony, France, a region known for its ancient, gnarled vines and its even older, more unsettling folklore. The Blackwood Chateau loomed from the perpetual twilight like a Gothic sentinel, its dark stone towers and crumbling ramparts half consumed by a rampant blood-red ivy. The air was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, crushed grapes, fermenting fruit, and that same faint, sweet metallic tang from the letter, stronger here, mingled with the cold, mineral breath of ancient cellars. Silas Thorne met him in a vast, echoing great hall, its stone walls lined with faded tapestries depicting scenes of bacchanalian revelry that seemed to curdle into something darker, more predatory, upon closer inspection. Thorne was a figure of indeterminate age, his face a mask of aristocratic pallor, his eyes the deep, unsettling purple of a perfectly ripe, perhaps overly ripe, black grape. He was dressed in an impeccably tailored old-fashioned smoking jacket of dark velvet, and his movements were fluid, almost serpentine. His voice was a low, cultured baritone, smooth as aged cognac, with an underlying resonance that seemed to vibrate in Alistair's very bones. Dr. Finch, Thorne purred, his lips curving into a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Your unique insights are most welcome. The cellar of sighs, it grows discordant. The vintages, they lose their voice. He led Alistair through a labyrinth of cold stone corridors, deeper and deeper into the foundations of the chateau, until they reached a massive iron-banded oak door, its surface stained dark with what looked like centuries of spilled wine, or perhaps something else. The door was not locked, but sealed with a complex series of bronze levers and counterweights that Thorne manipulated with practiced, almost ritualistic grace. As the door groaned open, A wave of cool, damp air washed over Alistair, carrying an overwhelming bouquet of aromas. Rich earth, fermenting fruit, ancient oak, dust, mildew, and beneath it all, a complex, almost unbearable symphony of human emotion. Joy, sorrow, rage, despair, ecstasy, all distilled, concentrated, and given olfactory form. This was the Cellar of Sighs. It was a vast, subterranean cavern, its vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, its walls lined with countless dust-covered wine bottles, nestled in ancient, cobweb-shrouded racks. But this was no ordinary wine cellar. The bottles themselves were strange, some crafted from dark, almost black glass, others from what looked like polished obsidian or cloudy veined crystal. Their labels were handwritten in archaic script, bearing not vintage years or varietal names, but titles like The Elixir of Lost Loves, The Tincture of Unspoken Regrets, The Cordial of Forgotten Futures, The Nectar of 1,000 Broken Vows. And in the center of the cellar, on a raised circular stone dais, stood what Thorne called the Grand Cruchet, a colossal, amphora-like vessel of dark, pulsating, almost living ceramic. Its surface covered in intricate bas-relief, carvings of intertwined vines, weeping faces, and ecstatic, contorted figures. A faint internal luminescence seemed to emanate from within it, and a low, resonant hum, like the collective sigh of 1,000 sleeping souls, vibrated through the stone floor. The heart of our terroir, Dr. Finch, Thorne explained, his voice a reverent whisper. The mother vine, if you will. Here the psychic essences of our donors are gathered, fermented, and transmuted by the unique fungal biome of our cellars into the vintages of memory. Each bottle, a life, a story, a concentrated emotional echo. Alistair, the disgraced biochemist, felt a wave of horrified awe. This was psychofermentation on a scale that dwarfed his most outlandish theories. This was not just science. This was alchemy of the soul. For generations, Thorne continued, his gaze sweeping over the silent, dusty ranks of bottles. The vintners of Blackwood have curated these echoes, blending them, aging them, preserving the emotional vintage of our lineage, and of those who have contributed to our cellars. But now, a blight has fallen. The fermentation process is corrupted. The new vintages are thin, tasteless, their emotional resonance muted. The older vintages are fading, their stories unraveling. The Grand Cruche itself, it weeps a bitter, sterile dew. Alistair's task, Thorne elaborated, was to diagnose the cause of this resonant blight, to identify the contaminant or imbalance that was disrupting the delicate psychofermentation process, and to restore the emotional terroir of the Cellar of Sighs. His laboratory would be a small, surprisingly well-equipped alchemical workshop adjoining the cellar, filled with alembics, retorts, strange distillation apparatus, and shelves laden with jars of rare herbs, crystallized minerals, and what looked like dried powdered fungi of unsettlingly vibrant hues. The first few days were spent in meticulous analysis. Alistair took samples from the afflicted vintages, from the soil of the ancient vineyards above, from the strange glowing mosses that clung to the cellar walls, even from the weeping dew of the Grand Cruche. He peered through microscopes, ran spectrographic analyses, cultivated fungal cultures in petri dishes. The science was baffling. The fungal biome of the Blackwood cellars was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was a complex, symbiotic ecosystem of yeasts, molds, and what appeared to be a unique, previously undocumented, species of sentient, psychoactive mycelium that formed a vast, interconnected network throughout the cellars, linking the grand cruche, the aging bottles, and even, Alistair suspected, the very stones of the chateau. This mycelial network, he theorized, was the true vintner, the organism responsible for absorbing, processing, and preserving the emotional echoes. He began to experience the tasting notes of the cellar of sighs firsthand. Not by drinking the wine. Thorne had warned him, with a chilling understatement, that the vintages were not for casual consumption by the uninitiated, but by simply being in their presence. He would be overwhelmed by sudden, inexplicable waves of emotion, a crushing grief that brought him to his knees, a soaring ecstasy that left him breathless, a cold, gnawing despair that seemed to seep into his very bones. These were the echoes, the psychic imprints, leaking from the fading vintages, their emotional charge no longer properly contained, no longer harmonized. He found the journals of previous vintners, generations of thorns, bound in what felt like cured grape leaves, their pages filled with a script that was part viticultural notes, part alchemical formulae, part poetry of despair and ecstasy. October 12th, 1788. The vintage of Lady Alara's unrequited love is particularly potent this cycle. Its bouquet carries the scent of withered roses and unshed tears, a tragic but exquisite distillation. November 3rd, 1842. The new donor, a melancholic poet named Arthur, has yielded a surprisingly complex emotional spectrum. His verses, when read aloud during the primary fermentation, seem to guide the mycelia. The resulting vintage promises a rare depth of existential angst. Alistair realized with dawning horror the true nature of the donors. They were not grapes. They were people. People whose lives, whose emotions, whose very essences had been harvested, fermented, and bottled by the Thorne family for centuries. This was not a winery. It was a psychic abattoir. The blight, he began to suspect, was not a simple contamination. It was a rejection. The mycelial network, the sentient vintner of the cellars, was failing, perhaps deliberately, because it was being starved of something essential, or perhaps because it was being poisoned by an incompatible offering. He found a hidden chamber, deep within the oldest part of the cellars, behind a false wall of wine racks. It was a small circular room, its stone walls covered in strange, pulsating fungal growths. In the center, on a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay a collection of human skulls, each bearing a small, almost invisible trepanation hole. These, he surmised, were the vessels through which the psychic essences of the donors had been extracted. And in this chamber, he found a different set of journals, not from the Thorne vintners, but from their unwilling collaborators. Brief, desperate, terrified accounts from those whose lives were being decanted. They say my sorrow will make a fine vintage. They promise immortality in the bottle. I only want to forget. The fungus. It whispers in my mind. It drinks my memories. I am becoming empty. Alistair felt a wave of profound revulsion and a deep, chilling fear. He was not just a consultant here. He was treading in the footsteps of victims. Silas Thorne, when Alistair confronted him with these discoveries, was unnervingly calm, almost amused. "Ah, you have found the empty rooms, Dr. Finch," he purred, swirling a glass of dark, viscous liquid that Alistair now recognized as one of the more potent vintages. A necessary, if somewhat indelicate part of the process. One cannot make wine without crushing the grapes, can one? These were people, Thorne, Alistair choked out, his voice trembling with rage and horror. You monsters! Thorne's smile widened, revealing teeth that were just a fraction too long, too sharp. Monsters? Or merely connoisseurs of a rarer vintage? We Thorns have always appreciated the exquisite complexities of the human soul, and we offer a form of immortality, Dr. Finch, a preservation of essence that transcends mere flesh and blood. Is that not a noble pursuit? He gestured towards the Grand Cruchet, which pulsed with a faint, sickly light. The mother vine is failing because the recent offerings have been subpar. Weak spirits, shallow emotions, their essences thin and unpalatable. The mycelial network, it rejects them. It craves a richer, more complex bouquet. A mind like yours, Dr. Finch, steeped in knowledge, in obsession, in the subtle sorrows of a life lived on the fringes, that would be a vintage for the ages. Alistair understood. The summons, the generous stipend, the access to the cellars, it had all been a lure. He was not here to cure the blight. He was the cure. He was to be the next donor, his mind, his soul, the next offering to the insatiable, sentient fungus that was the true master of Blackwood Estates. Panic, cold and absolute, seized him. He had to escape. But Thorn was anticipating him. The iron-banded oak door to the cellars slammed shut with a deafening clang, its bronze levers and counterweights shifting, locking him in. The torches that lit the cellar flickered, their flames burning with a strange purple light. The air grew thick, heavy, the scent of fermenting emotion almost unbearable. The mycelial network, sensing its new potent offering, began to awaken. The fungal growths on the walls pulsed with an eager, hungry light. The bottles in their racks rattled, their contents seeming to swirl and bubble. The Grand Cruche thrummed with a deep, resonant hunger, and the whispers started. Not the faint, sorrowful echoes of the fading vintages, but a new chorus, strong, insidious, seductive. Voices that seemed to come from the very stones, from the air, from inside his own mind. They spoke of release, of transcendence, of becoming part of something vast, ancient, and eternal. They probed his memories, his fears, his deepest, most secret desires, your theories, Alistair. They will be validated here. Your loneliness. It will end. You will join the chorus. Such exquisite sorrow. Such a rare bouquet. Alistair fought back, his scientific mind desperately seeking a rational explanation, a weakness in this psychic assault. He thought of his research, of the psycho-fermentation monograph that had ruined his career. He had theorized that certain chemical compounds could disrupt the process, could neutralize the psychoactive properties of the fungi. He remembered the jars in the alchemical workshop, the rare herbs, the crystallized minerals. Some of them, he recalled from obscure medieval herbals, were known for their properties as psychic dampeners, as spirit anchors. It was a desperate, almost insane gamble. But it was all he had. He made his way to the workshop, the whispers coiling around him, the very floor seeming to tilt and shift beneath his feet. The fungal growths on the walls reached out with ghostly mycelial tendrils, trying to ensnare him. He found what he was looking for. A jar of powdered moonstone said, to disrupt psychic energies, a bundle of dried wolfsbane, a traditional ward against malevolent spirits, and a small vial of distilled quicksilver, a potent alchemical neutralizer. He had no time for precise measurements, for careful distillation. He mixed the ingredients, haphazardly in a large ceramic basin, adding a splash of one of the more volatile, acidic-smelling vintages as a solvent. The mixture hissed and bubbled, emitting a sharp, acrid smoke that made his eyes water. He carried the basin back into the main cellar, towards the pulsating, thrumming Grand Cruche, the heart of the mycelial network. Thorn stood before it, his arms outstretched, his face ecstatic, his eyes glowing with that deep, grape-purple light. He was chanting in an ancient guttural language, the words seeming to draw power from the crochet, to amplify the whispers, to solidify the encroaching psychic tendrils. "It is time, Dr. Finch," Thorne cried, his voice no longer a smooth baritone, but a discordant chorus of 1,000 trapped voices. "Your vintage will be legendary." Alistair ignored him. He pushed through the almost tangible wall of psychic pressure, reached the Grand Cruchet, and with a desperate cry, hurled the contents of the basin into its gaping, pulsating maw. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The Grand Cruchet shrieked, a sound that was not a sound, but a wave of pure, agonizing psychic feedback that shattered bottles, cracked stones, and threw Alistair to the ground. The internal luminescence of the cruche flared violently, then sputtered, then died. The mycelial network that coated the walls writhed in agony, its fungal growths blackening, crumbling into dust. Thorne screamed, a terrible, inhuman sound, as his connection to the network, to the crochet, was severed. His form flickered, his aristocratic features melting, distorting, revealing for a fleeting moment the ancient, desiccated fungal entity that lay beneath. Then, with a final despairing sigh, he collapsed, his body rapidly decaying, withering into a pile of dry, gray, dust and tattered velvet. The whispers in the cellar ceased. The oppressive atmosphere lifted. The cloying scent of fermenting emotion was replaced by the clean, sharp smell of ozone and the earthy aroma of the doused fungal matter. Alistair lay on the cold stone floor, gasping for breath, his body aching, his mind reeling but blessedly, wonderfully, his own. He had done it. He had poisoned the mother vine. He had silenced the Cellar of Sighs. He found the iron-banded door now unlocked, its complex mechanism frozen, broken. He stumbled out of the cellars, out of the chateau, into the gray, misty dawn. The air outside felt fresh, clean, almost painfully pure after the cloying atmosphere of the cellars. He didn't look back. He walked for miles, through the silent, indifferent Gascony countryside, until he reached a small, sleepy village where he was able to hire a car to take him to the nearest train station. Alistair Finch never spoke publicly of his experiences at the Blackwood Estates. His monograph on psychofermentation remained a ridiculed footnote in the annals of biochemistry. He returned to his quiet, solitary life, his research now tinged with a profound first-hand understanding of the terrifying possibilities that lay hidden in the unexplored borderlands between science and the abyss. He knew that the mycelial network beneath the Chateau Blackwood was not truly dead, merely dormant. Its roots ran deep, intertwined with the very bedrock of the valley, with the collective unconscious of generations. It would recover in time. It would hunger again. And it would eventually find a new vintner, a new source of emotional terroir. But for now, the Cellar of Sighs was silent. Its vintages, stripped of their psychic charge, were just old, spoiled wine. The echoes were stilled. The donors, perhaps, were finally, truly at peace. Sometimes late at night, when Alistair sips a glass of particularly fine, earthly burgundy, he fancies he can detect a faint, almost imperceptible undertone, a whisper of forgotten sorrow, a hint of distilled joy, a fleeting, ghostly bouquet of a life once lived, now merely a resonant memory, and he shivers and raises his glass in a silent, solitary toast to the fragile, precious, and terrifyingly potent vintage of the human soul. The silence, he knows, is never truly empty. It is merely waiting for the next fermentation to begin. The invitation arrived not as a letter, but as a single, exquisitely crafted porcelain doll's hand, resting on a bed of dried black hellebore in a small velvet-lined box. It was delivered to Arthur Finch's struggling antique restoration workshop by a silent, unnervingly still courier who vanished into the London drizzle before Arthur could ask a single question. Arthur, a meticulous restorer whose passion lay in the intricate mechanisms of antique automata and musical boxes, a niche skill that paid poorly but fed his soul, recognized the disturbing artistry immediately. The porcelain was impossibly fine. The painted fingernails perfect. The delicate curve of the fingers both lifelike and subtly wrong. A small vellum card accompanied the hand, penned in an elegant spidery script. The grand automaton slumbers. Its gears are still. Its song is silent. Your unique talents are urgently required. Maestro Alistair Thorne, The Gilded Cage, Isle of Skye. Arthur felt a familiar, unsettling tremor, a mixture of professional intrigue and primal dread. The Thorn. Name, a recurring, shadowy chord in the symphony of his family's more eccentric branches, always heralded the bizarre, the unsettling. Maestro Alistair Thorne was a legend, a phantom in the world of automata creation, a genius who, decades ago, had retreated from the world to his remote Scottish island estate, the Gilded Cage, to work on his magnum opus, a life-sized, fully autonomous clockwork orchestra, an ambition so audacious, so hubristic, it was spoken of only in hushed, disbelieving whispers among collectors and horologists. Driven by a lifelong fascination with Thorne's mythical creations, and a bank account that echoed with the lonely sound of its own emptiness, Arthur accepted. The journey to the Isle of Skye was an ascent into increasing desolation, culminating in a treacherous ferry crossing through a choppy, slate-gray sea to a small private island dominated by a single stark edifice. The Gilded Cage was not a house, but a vast, ornate conservatory of iron and glass, its structure a bewildering labyrinth of interconnected domes and spiraling walkways, like some fantastical, overgrown birdcage from a madman's dream. The glass, stained with age and verdigris, filtered the weak Scottish sunlight into a hazy submarine gloom. The air within was cool, still, and carried the faint, almost imperceptible scent of old brass, machine oil, dust, and something else. A subtle, high-pitched metallic whine, a sound that seemed to vibrate at the very edge of hearing, making Arthur's teeth ache. Maestro Alistair Thorne met him in a central, domed chamber, a space filled with an astonishing array of half-finished automata, anatomical charts of impossible clockwork beings, and intricate three-dimensional schematics drawn on stretched vellum. Thorne himself was a wraith-like figure, ancient and impossibly frail, his skin like old parchment stretched taut over a delicate bone structure. His eyes, however, burned with a feverish, almost terrifying intensity, magnified by thick, round spectacles. He was draped in a voluminous black velvet robe, and his long skeletal fingers, stained with oil and ink, never ceased their restless, intricate movements, as if perpetually manipulating invisible strings or winding unseen gears. "Mr. Finch," Thorne rasped, his voice thin and dry as autumn leaves, a mere whisper against the subtle, pervasive whine of the conservatory. "You honor us. The grand automaton. It falters. Its heart is still." He led Arthur through a series of winding, glass-walled corridors, past alcoves filled with smaller, exquisite automata, a clockwork nightingale that sang with a heartbreakingly human sorrow, a porcelain ballerina that pirouetted with impossible grace, a pair of dueling fencers whose tiny rapiers clashed with silent, deadly precision. Each was a masterpiece of mechanical artistry, yet each possessed a subtle, unsettling wrongness, a hint of something too lifelike, too aware, in their polished glass eyes or their delicately articulated movements. They arrived at the heart of the Gilded Cage, the orchestra hall, a vast circular conservatory dome, its glass roof soaring to a dizzying height. And there, arranged on a tiered circular stage, was the grand automaton, It was breathtaking, terrifying, magnificent. An entire orchestra, 50 life-sized figures crafted from gleaming brass, polished steel, silver, and ivory. Violinists with articulated fingers poised over silent strings, cellists cradling their burnished instruments, horn players with lips pressed to unblown trumpets. A conductor, its back to Arthur, its brass baton raised, frozen in mid-beat. Each figure was a marvel of intricate clockwork, its gears, levers, and springs exposed in a beautiful, bewildering display of mechanical genius. Their faces, crafted from polished wood or unglazed porcelain, were serene, impassive, their glass eyes fixed on unseen scores. But they were silent, still, lifeless. The air around them hummed with a palpable, contained power, but the music was absent. "My life's work, Mr. Finch," Thorne whispered, his voice filled with a profound, almost unbearable sorrow. The culmination of generations of Thorne ingenuity, of alchemical horology, an orchestra not of flesh and blood, but of pure, resonant mechanics, designed to play not the music of men, but the silent symphony of the spheres, the unheard harmonies of time itself. Alistair, the horologist, the restorer of intricate mechanisms, felt a wave of awe that almost overwhelmed his mounting unease. This was not just an automaton, it was a mechanical universe, a clockwork god. For decades it played, Thorne continued, his voice cracking. Its music, it resonated with the very fabric of this place, with the island, with the sea, with the turning of the stars. It maintained a balance, a harmony. But 3 months ago, it fell silent, its gears seized, its song extinguished. And with its silence, the other voices grow stronger. Other voices? Arthur asked, his own voice barely a whisper. Thorne's burning eyes darted towards the shadowy corners of the dome. The dissonances, Mr. Finch, the echoes of imperfection, the whispers of the unwound, those whose mechanisms failed, whose songs were cut short. They are drawn to the silence, to the void left by the grand automaton's stillness. They seek to corrupt its score, to introduce their own broken melodies into its heart. Arthur's task, Thorne explained, was to diagnose the cause of the automaton's silence, to repair its intricate failing mechanisms, to rewind its great central mainspring, and to restore its silent, cosmic symphony. He was given a small glass-walled workshop overlooking the orchestra hall, filled with an astonishing array of specialized tools, tiny lathes, jeweler's loops, chronometer oilers, and a set of tuning forks crafted from a strange, dark metal that resonated with an almost painful purity. He was also given Thorne's conductor's score, a massive leather-bound volume filled not with musical notation, but with incredibly complex diagrams of gears, levers, resonant frequencies, and what appeared to be astrological conjunctions and alchemical formulae. It was less a musical score and more a grimoire of forbidden mechanics. The first few days were spent in meticulous examination. Arthur, with his restorer's eye, traced the intricate pathways of the automaton's clockwork viscera. He found gears worn smooth, springs overtensioned, delicate escapements jammed with a fine metallic dust that seemed to hum with a faint, residual energy. The craftsmanship was beyond anything he had ever encountered, a fusion of watchmaking precision and something older, more arcane. The silence of the orchestra hall was not absolute. It was filled with that persistent, high-pitched metallic whine, and with subtle, almost subliminal clicks and creaks, as if the silent figures on the stage were stirring in their sleep. He began to experience the dissonances Thorne had spoken of. He would hear a single, sour note from a phantom violin, a choked metallic gasp from a brass horn. He would see a flicker of movement from the corner of his eye, a violinist's bow twitching, a conductor's baton trembling, only to find the figures still, lifeless, when he looked directly. And the whispers, faint, sibilant, like dry gears grinding, or rusted springs uncoiling. They seemed to emanate from the automaton itself, from the shadowy spaces between its brass limbs and porcelain faces. They spoke of broken melodies, of unfinished symphonies, of a longing for completion. He found Thorne's private journals, hidden beneath a loose floor tile in his Spartan sleeping chamber. They were filled with a script that was part meticulous engineering notes, part philosophical ramblings, part desperate, terrified confessions. October 17th, 1988. The prime resonator drifts. I hear static in the harmonics. The echoes of the unfinished are growing stronger. They resent the perfection of the grand automaton's song. They seek to insert their own fractured cadences. November 5th, 1995. The little clockwork bird I crafted for Ilara. Its song is now a screech. It mimics the dissonances. It weeps oil. The corruption spreads. Ilara. The name echoed in Arthur's memory, a distant familial ghost. June 3rd, 2010. I can no longer distinguish my own thoughts from the whispers of the unwound. Their broken rhythms infect my dreams. The mainspring weakens. I fear I have built not a perfect machine, but a gilded cage for myself and for them. The unwound. Arthur began to understand. They were the failed experiments, the earlier imperfect automata that Thorne had created and discarded, their mechanisms incomplete, their songs unsung, their essences, their mechanical souls, if such a thing were possible, were now trapped within the gilded cage, drawn to the silence of the grand automaton, seeking to impose their own chaotic, broken music upon its intricate, ordered heart. The disturbances escalated. Tools would disappear from Arthur's workbench, only to reappear in the hands of one of the silent musicians on stage. The schematics in the conductor's score would subtly alter overnight, new, discordant notations appearing in a faint, spidery script that was not Thorne's. One night, Arthur was woken by a sound that made his blood run cold. It was music, but not the harmonious cosmic symphony Thorne had described. It was a grotesque, cacophonous parody, violins screeching like tortured animals, horns blaring atonal blasts, percussion thundering in a chaotic, arrhythmic frenzy. He rushed into the orchestra hall. The grand automaton was playing. Its brass limbs moved with a jerky, spastic energy, its glass eyes glowing with a malevolent internal light. The conductor's baton slashed through the air, conducting not a symphony, but a descent into pure, mechanical madness. The cue. Music was a physical assault, its dissonances tearing at Arthur's nerves, its broken rhythms inducing a profound, nauseating vertigo, and among the playing figures he saw them, the unwound. Smaller, cruder automata, their forms misshapen, their movements erratic, had emerged from the shadows, clambering onto the stage, insinuating themselves into the orchestra, their own broken instruments adding to the horrifying din. They were, like mechanical gremlins, come to sabotage the masterpiece. Maestro Thorne stood amidst the chaos, his frail form trembling, his face a mask of anguish. He was trying to reach the central control console of the grand automaton, but the unwound, with their jerky, unpredictable movements, blocked his path, their tiny metallic hands plucking at his velvet robe. "They have breached the core," Thorne shrieked, his voice barely audible above the mechanical cacophony. "The mainspring, it is being unwound by their discord. Arthur knew he had to act. He was a restorer, a mender of broken mechanisms. He had to silence this mad orchestra, to protect the fragile heart of the grand automaton. He fought his way through the throng of smaller, malevolent automata, their tiny gears grinding, their miniature springs snapping. He reached the central console, a bewildering array of levers, dials, and crystalline switches. He had studied the conductor's score. He knew the shutdown sequence, the grand pause. With trembling fingers, he began to manipulate the controls, his movements precise, desperate. The grand automaton resisted, its gears grinding, its dissonant, music reaching a fever pitch. The unwound swarmed around him, their tiny metallic fingers tearing at his clothes, their glass eyes burning with a cold, mindless fury. And then, he found it. The master escapement lever, the key to stilling the mechanical heart. He threw all his weight against it. With a sound like a dying mechanical giant sighing its last metallic breath, the grand automaton fell silent. Its limbs froze in mid-motion. Its glowing eyes dimmed. The unwound collapsed, their movements ceasing, their forms becoming inert piles of brass and wire. Silence, absolute and profound, descended upon the orchestra hall. A silence that was almost bruised. Maestro Thorne sagged against a massive brass cello, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. You have stilled them, Mr. Finch," he whispered. "But it is only a temporary reprieve. The dissonances, they are now embedded deep within the mainspring itself. It must be purged, rewound, reharmonized, and only a hand that understands both its mechanics and its soul can do so." He looked at Arthur, his burning eyes filled with a desperate plea. "My own hands, they are too frail. My own song, too discordant now. The Gilded Cage requires a new maestro, Mr. Finch. A new conductor for its silent symphony." Arthur understood. This was not just a repair job. This was an anointing, an inheritance of a terrible, magnificent responsibility. Over the next few weeks, which stretched into months, Arthur Finch, the restorer, became Alistair Thorne, the maestro, in all but name. He delved into the deepest, most intricate workings of the grand automaton, guided by Thorne's fading intellect and the arcane wisdom of the conductor's score. He learned that the mainspring was not just a mechanical device. It was a resonant chamber, a place where temporal mechanics and something akin to alchemical musicology converged. It didn't just power the automaton. It was the automaton, its soul, its memory. And the unwound, Thorne's earlier imperfect creations, were not just saboteurs. They were lost notes, fragmented melodies, seeking to be reintegrated into the grand composition. The task was monumental. Arthur had to dismantle sections of the mainspring, clean its thousands of delicate gears, replace worn-out escapements. With parts he meticulously crafted himself in Thorne's workshop, guided by an intuition, a feel for the mechanisms that seemed to flow into him from the conductor's score, from the very air of the Gilded Cage. He learned to tune the resonant crystals to balance the harmonic frequencies, to coax the soul of each individual automaton musician back into alignment with the mainspring's central rhythm. He worked not just with tools, but with intention, with a focused, almost meditative empathy for the intricate, silent lives of these clockwork beings. As he worked, he felt a change within himself. His own thoughts became more precise, more rhythmic. His movements more economical, more graceful. He found himself humming strange, complex melodies, harmonies that seemed to emanate from the silent brass and steel around him. He was becoming attuned. The unwound, now inert, he treated with a strange tenderness. He carefully repaired their broken mechanisms, polished their tarnished limbs, replaced their missing eyes. He did not try to integrate them into the grand automaton. Their songs were too different, their rhythms too fractured. Instead, he created a new, smaller orchestra for them, in a secluded alcove of the orchestra hall, their music a soft, melancholic counterpoint to the anticipated grandeur of the main ensemble. He gave them their own quiet space to play their broken, beautiful songs. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of meticulous, painstaking labor, the day came to rewind the great mainspring. Maestro Thorn, now frail beyond imagining, his life force seemingly poured into Arthur's endeavor, watched from a velvet throne he had instructed Arthur to place before the stage. Arthur stood before the massive winding key, a thing of polished brass and dark ebonized wood. It took all his strength to turn it, to feel the immense, coiled power of the mainspring slowly, rhythmically, gathering within the heart of the grand automaton. With each turn, a new section of the clockwork orchestra seemed to awaken. A violinist's head would slowly turn, its glass eyes fixing on the conductor's podium. A horn player's brass fingers would flex, almost imperceptibly. The air in the orchestra hall grew thick with a silent, powerful anticipation. When the mainspring was fully wound, a profound, resonant hum filled the gilded cage, a sound that was both mechanical and alive. Arthur stepped back, his work complete. Maestro Alistair Thorne rose unsteadily from his throne, his eyes, for the first time since Arthur's arrival, clear and bright, free of their feverish intensity. He raised his long, skeletal hands, not in command, but in a gesture of release. And the grand automaton began to play. It was not the cacophonous madness of before. It was a symphony of impossible beauty, of celestial harmonies, of rhythms that echoed the turning of galaxies, the pulsing of distant quasars. It was the silent music of the spheres, given voice by brass and steel, by gears and springs, by the meticulous, obsessive genius of generations of thorns. The music filled the gilded cage, resonated through its iron and glass structure, flowed out into the misty sky landscape, a sound that was both ancient and utterly new. It was a song of perfect, mechanical order, of cosmic balance, of time itself made audible. Maestro Alistair Thorne listened, a single tear tracing a path down his parchment-like cheek. His breathing grew shallow, his form more insubstantial. As the final resonant chord of the symphony faded into a profound, ringing silence, he smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile, and then, like a clockwork figure whose spring had finally gently unwound, he simply ceased, his velvet robe collapsing onto the throne, empty. Arthur Finch stood alone in the orchestra hall, the silent, magnificent grand automaton before him, its polished surfaces gleaming in the filtered light. He was no longer Arthur Finch, the struggling restorer. He was the maestro now, the conductor, the keeper of the keys to this extraordinary, terrifying, beautiful gilded cage. He knew his life was irrevocably changed. He could never return to his old world, to his mundane pursuits. His place was here, with these silent musicians, with their cosmic clockwork song. He picked up the fallen conductor's baton, its polished ivory cool and smooth in his hand. He stepped onto the podium, faced his orchestra. He raised the baton, and the silent symphony began anew, a testament to the enduring, obsessive, and often terrifying human desire to capture beauty, to impose order, to give voice to the unheard music of existence. The gilded cage, on its lonely Scottish isle, would continue to play its strange, celestial harmonies, its maestro and his clockwork orchestra forever locked in a timeless, resonant embrace. Their song a secret whispered only to the wind and the waves, and perhaps to the distant, indifferent stars. The Thorn legacy, in all its mechanical, musical madness, was safe for now in the precise, dedicated hands of its newest, and perhaps most harmonious conductor. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single antique silver-backed hairbrush, its bristles surprisingly soft, its silver tarnished with age and neglect. Tucked within its bristles was a small rolled parchment, tied with a strand of what looked like spun moonlight. It was delivered to Dr. Alistair Finch's quiet London flat by a discreet, almost invisible courier who melted back into the city's perpetual drizzle before Alistair could fully register his presence. Alistair, an entomologist whose once promising career had taken a sharp, almost heretical turn into the study of collective insectile consciousness. The theory that certain eusocial insects, under specific environmental pressures, could develop a form of shared, distributed intelligence far exceeding their individual capacities, felt a familiar, unsettling tremor. The Thorn family crest, a stylized raven clutching a sprig of hemlock, was subtly embossed on the silver backing of the brush. The note, penned in an elegant, spidery script, was from one Silas Blackwood, apiarist-in-chief of the Whispering Willows plantation. It spoke of a critical disharmony within the plantation's ancient and notoriously reclusive apiaries, of erratic swarming patterns, a fading of the golden mead, and a silencing of the ancestral hum. Alistair's unique, if widely derided understanding of complex insectile communication and resonant hive intelligence was urgently required. The Thorn family, Blackwood's note cryptically added, had always maintained a symbiotic relationship with the keepers of the comb. The remuneration offered was, as always in these arcane consultations, substantial enough to make Alistair overlook the distinct and rather unnerving scent of beeswax, and something else, something subtly, disturbingly sweet and cloying, that clung to the parchment. Alistair, whose theories had led to his quiet ostracization from the mainstream scientific community, and whose personal finances were in a state of perpetual, buzzing anxiety, found himself with little choice but to accept. Whispering Willows plantation, he knew from obscure agricultural journals and even more obscure folkloric texts, was a legend. A place nestled deep within the bayous of Louisiana, where the boundary between the natural world and something far older, far stranger, was said to be almost non-existent. The journey to Whispering Willows was a descent into a landscape of oppressive humidity, cloying heat, and a silence that was not empty, but pregnant with unseen, unheard life. The paved roads gave way to rutted, dirt tracks, then to a narrow, raised causeway that wound its way through miles of cypress swamp, their gnarled roots like skeletal fingers grasping from the black, still water. Spanish moss hung from the ancient trees like funeral shrouds, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation, stagnant water, and the intoxicating, almost soporific perfume of unseen, night-blooming jasmine. Silas Blackwood met him where the causeway ended, at a crumbling stone archway overgrown with a strange purple-flowered vine that seemed to pulse with a faint internal light. Blackwood was a figure as ancient and enigmatic as the swamp itself. Tall and gaunt, his skin the color of rich, dark earth, his eyes the pale, luminous gold of raw honey. He was dressed in simple, homespun linen, and his movements were slow, deliberate, almost ritualistic. His voice was a low, resonant hum, like the distant sound of 1,000 beehives. "Dr. Finch," Blackwood hummed, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Alistair's carefully constructed academic reserve. "The hive mind. It is agitated. The golden mead loses its memory. The ancestral hum. It fades to a whisper. Your understanding of the silent language. It is our last recourse. He led Alistair through a labyrinth of overgrown pathways, beneath a canopy of weeping willows, whose branches trailed in the black, still water of countless canals and lagoons. The air grew heavier, more perfumed, the scent of beeswax and that strange, cloying sweetness becoming almost overwhelming. Strange, bioluminescent insects flitted through the perpetual twilight, their tiny lights like errant stars. The heart of Whispering Willows Plantation was not a grand manor house, but a cluster of ancient, beehive-shaped structures, woven from living willow branches and sealed with what looked like hardened amber-colored resin. These were the great hives, the traditional dwellings of the thorn lineage, and the sacred apiaries of the ancestral bees. Alistair's assigned lodging was a small, surprisingly comfortable woven chamber, its interior lit by the soft golden glow of beeswax candles and the faint, ambient luminescence of the hive structures themselves. His workspace was to be the Chamber of Whispers, a larger, circular hive adjacent to the central and largest structure, the Queen's Cell, where Silas Blackwood himself resided, and where, he explained, the Mother Queen of the ancestral bees held her silent, eternal court. "The ancestral bees are not as other bees, Dr. Finch," Blackwood hummed, his golden eyes fixed on the pulsating, resinous walls of the Queen's Cell. "They are the keepers of the Thorn family's memories, their joys, their sorrows, their deepest secrets. Each generation of Thorns has contributed their essence to the hive mind. And the golden mead, it is not mere honey. It is a distillation of those memories, a psychoactive elixir that allows the initiated to commune with the ancestral hum, to hear the wisdom of the ages." Alistair, the disgraced entomologist, felt a wave of horrified awe. This was collective insectile consciousness, on a scale that defied his wildest, most heretical theories. This was not just biology. This was a living, breathing psychic archive, a symbiotic relationship between a human lineage and an insectile superorganism that spanned centuries. "For generations," Blackwood continued, his voice dropping to a near subliminal hum, "the apiarist-in-chief has tended the hives, maintained the delicate balance between the human and the insectile, between memory and oblivion. But now, a blight has fallen upon Whispering Willows. The ancestral bees are agitated, their swarming patterns erratic, their honey tainted with a strange, bitter forgetfulness. The golden mead grows dark, its resonant memories fading. The ancestral hum, the very heartbeat of the plantation, is becoming a discordant, mournful dirge." Alistair's task, Blackwood elaborated, was to diagnose the cause of this resonant blight, to identify the source of the disharmony within the hive mind, and to restore the purity of the golden mead and the clarity of the ancestral hum. His tools would be his own unique entomological sensitivities, his understanding of complex insectile communication, and a collection of antique silver and amber beekeeping implements that Blackwood claimed were attuned to the hive's breath. The first few days were an exercise in profound sensory immersion. Alistair spent hours observing the ancestral bees, larger than any known species, their bodies a deep, iridescent black, their wings beating with an almost silent, hypnotic rhythm. He tasted the tainted golden mead, its once complex bouquet of memory and emotion now muddied, bitter, infused with a strange, pervasive sadness that was not of the Thorn lineage. He listened to the ancestral hum, a sound that was not just auditory, but tactile, a vibration that resonated deep within his bones, now erratic, discordant, filled with a subtle, underlying note of fear. He began to understand. The hive mind of Whispering Willows was not just a passive repository of memory. It was a sentient, emotional entity, and it was suffering. He found the journals of previous apiarists, generations of thorns and their blackwood custodians, bound in cured beeswax, and inscribed on thin sheets of pressed honeycomb. They chronicled a history of symbiosis, of ritual offerings, of a delicate, almost alchemical balance between human consciousness and insectile superintelligence. October 12th, 1788. The new queen has accepted the offering of young Ilara, Thorn's final breath. Her sorrow at the loss of her stillborn child will enrich the mead for generations. The hum is strong tonight, a lullaby of shared grief. November 3rd, 1842. A discordant memory has entered the hive. A visitor. From the outside world, his mind filled with a bitter, unhallowed ambition. The bees are agitated. The mead tastes of ash. I must perform the rite of cleansing, lest his darkness take root. Alistair felt a cold dread. The offerings, the contributions of essence, these were not metaphorical. The Thorn family, and perhaps others, had literally given their lives, their memories, their very souls, to the hive mind, their consciousness absorbed, processed, and preserved within the golden mead, their individual voices joining the eternal, ancestral hum. The blight, he began to suspect, was not an internal malfunction, but an external intrusion. A discordant memory, as the old journal had described it. A foreign consciousness that was poisoning the hive mind, overwriting its ancestral memories, with its own alien, malevolent narrative. He started to experience the effects himself. His dreams became vivid, filled with the buzzing of a million wings, with the scent of strange, bitter honey, with the overwhelming presence of a vast, alien intellect. He would wake with fragments of memories that were not his own. The terror of a young woman fleeing through a dark forest, the cold ambition of a forgotten alchemist, the profound despair of a scholar facing a terrible, forbidden truth. These were not Thorn memories. They were something else. Something invasive. The source of the intrusion, he theorized, must be recent. He focused his investigation on the newest additions to the Memorial Apiary, a secluded grove where small, individual hives were dedicated to the most recent contributors. One hive stood apart, its woven willow structure darker, its resinous coating thicker, the buzzing of its inhabitants strangely muted, almost mournful. It was dedicated, according to a small, tarnished silver plaque, to Alistair Thorn, philanthropist and collector, departed Anno Domini 1973. This was the Alistair Thorn of the Thorn Codex, the architect of Ashworth Abbeys, Silent Carolan, a man whose life had been dedicated to the imprisonment and harmonization of sound. Alistair Finch felt a jolt of horrified recognition, his namesake. A man whose obsessions mirrored his own, but whose path had led to a far darker, more disturbing destination. As he approached this particular hive, the air grew colder, the scent of bitter honey more intense. The ancestral hum around him faltered, replaced by a high, keening whine, like the sound of tortured machinery, or a malfunctioning carillon. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his core, that he had found the source of the blight. Alistair Thorn, the collector of silences, had not merely contributed his memories to the hive mind. He had attempted to co-opt it, to impose his own obsessive, controlling will upon its ancient, symbiotic consciousness. His powerful, perhaps psychically imprinted, essence was the discordant pollen, the blighted root that was poisoning whispering willows. Silas Blackwood, when Alistair shared his terrifying hypothesis, nodded slowly, his golden eyes filled with a profound ancient sorrow. The collector, he hummed. We sensed his ambition, even in his final offering. He sought not to join the hum, but to conduct it. to replace its ancient song with his own symphony of silence. His will is strong, even in dissolution. He resists the hive. He corrupts the mead. How do we stop him? Alistair asked, his voice barely a whisper. How do you expel a memory? Blackwood's gaze turned towards the queen's cell, its resinous walls pulsing with a faint, distressed light. The Mother Queen. She is the heart of the hive mind. She holds the key to its harmonies, but she is weakened, her song overwhelmed by the collector's discordant silence. She requires a new voice, a strong, resonant mind to amplify her own, to help her purge the invasive echo. He looked at Alistair, his golden eyes holding a mixture of desperate hope and profound, almost sorrowful apology. The fen, no, the plantation, chose you, Dr. Finch. Your unique attunement to the silent language, your own resonant mind. You are the only one who can enter the Queen's cell, commune with her, and lend her your strength. Alistair understood. This was the true purpose of his summons. He was not just a consultant, an entomologist. He was to be a conduit, a psychic amplifier, a human component in a desperate battle for the soul of Whispering Willows. The risks were immense. To merge his consciousness with that of the Mother Queen, to confront the powerful, malevolent echo of Alistair Thorne within the hive mind. He might not survive, or worse, he might survive, but no longer as himself, his own mind absorbed, his own memories becoming just another faint hum in the ancestral chorus. But as he looked at the dying beauty of Whispering Willows, as he felt the desperate, fading whispers of the countless thorn souls trapped within its failing hives, as he considered the terrifying implications of the collector's symphony of silence spreading beyond this isolated bayou, he knew he had no choice. He followed Silas Blackwood to the entrance of the Queen's cell. The resinous walls pulsed with a faint, sickly light, the air within thick with the scent of bitter honey and the high, keening whine of Alistair Thorne's dissonant echo. "She awaits, Dr. Finch," Blackwood hummed, his voice filled with a solemn gravity. "Lend her your voice. Teach her a new song, a song of resilience." Alistair took a deep breath and stepped into the Queen's cell. The interior was a vast, cathedral-like dome, its walls alive with the shimmering, iridescent forms of tens of thousands of ancestral bees, their wings beating in a slow, mournful rhythm. And in the center, on a raised dais of pure golden beeswax, lay the Mother Queen. She was immense, larger than any queen bee Alistair had ever seen, her body a pulsating, luminous gold, her multifaceted eyes like pools of liquid amber, filled with an ancient, weary wisdom. Her wings, tattered and frail, beat weakly, her hum a faint, almost inaudible sigh of despair. And around her, coiling like a shadowy serpent, was the presence of Alistair Thorne, the Collector. A vortex of cold, silent energy. It pulsed with a hunger that sought to absorb, to silence, to control. Alistair approached the Mother Queen. He knelt before her, placing his hands gently on the warm, pulsating beeswax of her dais. He closed his eyes and reached out with his mind, not with words, but with the pure, focused intent of his own consciousness. He offered her not just his scientific knowledge, his understanding of insectile communication, but his own human experiences, his passion for discovery, his frustration with the limitations of conventional science, his quiet joy in the intricate beauty of the natural world, his own deep-seated fear of silence, of oblivion. He felt the Mother Queen's consciousness respond, a faint, surprised flicker in the vast ancient depths of her being. He felt her weariness, her despair, her fading resistance against the Collector's encroaching silence. And he began to sing, not with his voice, but with his mind. He wove a new song, a song of complexity, of resilience, of the chaotic, beautiful, irrepressible noise of life. He sang of the endless buzzing chorus of a summer meadow, of the intricate, chattering communication of an ant colony, of the vibrant, cacophonous symphony of a thriving coral reef. He sang of the human heart, with its messy, illogical, and profoundly powerful emotions: love, grief, hope, despair, all intertwined, all essential. His song was a counterpoint to the collector's sterile silence, a celebration of the very noise that Thorne had sought to extinguish. The Mother Queen's hum began to strengthen, to harmonize with Alistair's mental song. Her luminous golden body pulsed with a renewed energy. Her wings beat stronger, faster, their rhythm no longer mournful, but defiant. The ancestral bees throughout the Queen's cell responded, their own individual hums joining the chorus, swelling into a vast, resonant symphony of life, of resistance. The shadowy form of Alistair Thorne, the collector, recoiled, its vortex of silence fracturing, its cold energy disrupted by this unexpected, vibrant onslaught of noise. It shrieked, a silent, psychic howl of outrage and disbelief, its form flickering, losing cohesion. Alistair pressed his advantage. He focused his mental song, his celebration of life's beautiful, chaotic complexity, directly at the collector's fading echo. He showed it the beauty of imperfection, the strength in diversity, the resilience of the silent language it had sought to silence. The collector's form began to unravel, its shadowy tendrils dissolving, its cold, controlling, energy dissipating like mist in a harsh wind. Its silent, psychic scream faded, replaced by a single, final, almost inaudible whisper. The harmony. It is too loud. Then, it was gone. The Queen's cell was filled with a triumphant, resonant hum, the Mother Queen's golden body, glowing with a vibrant, healthy light. The ancestral bees swirled around Alistair in a joyous, almost ecstatic dance. The air was thick with the scent of pure, sweet golden mead, its complex bouquet of memory and emotion restored, untainted. Alistair. Finch collapsed, his mind and body exhausted, but his spirit strangely exhilarated. He had faced the silence, and he had answered it with a song. When he awoke, he was back in his own woven chamber, Silas Blackwood watching over him, his ancient honey-gold eyes filled with a quiet, profound gratitude. The hive mind. "It sings again, Dr. Finch," Blackwood hummed. "The golden mead flows pure. The ancestral hum is vibrant. You have saved Whispering Willows. You have reattuned its soul." Alistair stayed at Whispering Willows for another month, not as a consultant, but as an honored guest, a friend of the hive. He worked with Blackwood, learning the deeper secrets of the ancestral bees, of the golden mead, of the delicate symbiotic dance between human consciousness and the ancient insectile wisdom of the plantation. He discovered that the Thorne lineage, for all its darkness and obsession, had also been a lineage of protectors, of guardians, who had sought, in their own, flawed, often terrifying ways, to preserve the sanctity of memory, of consciousness, against the encroaching silence of oblivion. When Alistair Finch finally left Whispering Willow's plantation, pulled through the misty, fragrant bayous by a silent, grateful Silas Blackwood, he carried with him more than just the generous stipend. He carried a profound, unsettling understanding of the nature of consciousness, of memory, of the intricate, often terrifying interconnectedness of all living things. He returned to his quiet London flat, to his dusty books, and his now vindicated theories. He never published his full account of Whispering Willows, The world he knew was not ready for such knowledge, and some symphonies, some hums, were best appreciated in the silent, resonant chambers of the initiated heart. But sometimes, late, at night, when the city is quiet and the only sound is the distant hum of traffic, he takes out the small, antique, silver-backed hairbrush, its bristles still carrying the faint, sweet scent of beeswax and forgotten perfumes. He holds it to his ear, and if he listens very, very closely, he can almost hear it. The faint, resonant hum of the ancestral bees, the collective, harmonious sigh of 1,000 thorn souls, their memories preserved, their stories continuing, in the golden eternal flow of the sacred mead. The silence, he now understood, was never truly empty. It was merely waiting for the right frequency, the right resonance, the right voice, to awaken its hidden, buzzing, and often terrifying song. And he, Alistair Finch, the entomologist who had dared to listen to the silent language, now carried its echo within him, a constant humming reminder of the vast, interconnected, and profoundly mysterious web of life, and of the strange, beautiful, and sometimes terrifying ways in which it chooses to remember. The commission arrived not as a formal request, but as a single, exquisitely painted porcelain shard, no larger than a thumbnail, depicting a single, unnervingly lifelike human eye, its iris the precise shade of storm-tossed sea. It was delivered to Alara Vance's small, cluttered London studio, where she eked out a meager living as a restorer of antique ceramics, her own artistic ambitions long since relegated to dusty sketchbooks, by a silent, elderly woman draped in layers of faded gray silk, who vanished into the city's perpetual drizzle before Alara could ask a single question. The accompanying note, penned in a spidery, archaic script on thick, decal-edged paper that smelled faintly of clay, kiln smoke, and something else. Something subtly, disturbingly floral and sweet, was from one Silas Thorne, curator of the Thorne collection of figural ceramics, Hollowell Heath. It spoke of a critical degradation within their renowned and notoriously reclusive collection of porcelain figurines, of fading glazes, fracturing narratives, and a silencing of the clay's memory. Alara's unique, if largely uncelebrated, expertise in the restoration of antique porcelain, particularly her rumored ability to divine the original artist's intent through an almost empathic connection with the material, was urgently required. The Thorne name, a recurring shadowy motif in the obscure annals of artisanal obsession and peculiar legacies, resonated with Alara immediately. Hollowell Heath was a legend, a place where the line between ceramic art and something far older, far stranger, was said to be almost non-existent. The remuneration offered was, as always in these arcane consultations, substantial enough to make Alara overlook the unsettling undertones and the porcelain eye that seemed to watch her from her workbench. Alara, whose own artistic soul felt increasingly brittle and prone to cracking under the pressures of a life lived on the fringes of the art world, found herself with little choice but to accept. Hollowell Heath, she knew from hushed whispers in antique collector circles and apocryphal texts on sentient ceramics, was not just an estate. It was a shrine, a place where generations of Thornes had pursued the alchemical art of imbuing porcelain with more than just beauty. The journey to Hollowell Heath was a descent into deepening isolation, and a landscape that seemed to grow more ancient, more suffused with a quiet, brooding melancholy with each passing mile. The estate was located in a remote, mist-shrouded valley in the Welsh Marches, a place of rolling hills, ancient forests, and crumbling stone circles that predated recorded history. The manor house itself, a sprawling, labyrinthine Tudor structure of dark, weathered timber and crumbling plaster, half hidden by a rampant, unnervingly vibrant wisteria, seemed to sag under the weight of centuries, its leaded pane windows like clouded cataractous eyes. The air was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, wood smoke, decaying leaves, and that same faint, floral sweet, clay-like aroma from the letter, stronger here, mingled with the cold, mineral breath of ancient kilns. Silas Thorne met her at a massive, iron-studded oak gate, its timbers warped and green with lichen. He was a figure as ancient and enigmatic as the valley itself, tall and gaunt, his skin the pale, translucent white of unglazed porcelain, his eyes the deep, unsettling blue of cobalt oxide. He was dressed in simple, homespun linen, dyed a faded indigo, and his movements were slow, deliberate, almost ritualistic. His voice was a low, resonant whisper, like the gentle hum of a cooling kiln. "Miss Vance," Thorne whispered, his gaze, unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Alara's carefully constructed professional composure. "The figures, they lose their luster, their stories, they fragment. The clay's memory, it fades. Your empathic touch is our most fervent hope." He led Alara through a labyrinth of shadowy, oak-paneled corridors, past rooms filled with shrouded furniture and portraits of severe-faced ancestors whose painted eyes seemed to follow their progress, until they reached a heavy, intricately carved door at the heart of the oldest wing of the manor. The door was not locked, but sealed with a complex series of porcelain latches and counterweights that Thorne manipulated with practiced, almost reverent grace. As the door sighed open, a wave of cool, dry air washed over Alara, carrying an overwhelming, almost intoxicating aroma of fine clay, kiln smoke, rare glazes, and that same subtle, floral sweet, almost human scent. This was the Grand Gallery of Hollowell Heath. It was a vast, long chamber, its vaulted ceiling supported by ancient oak beams, its walls lined with countless glass-fronted display cabinets. And within these cabinets, bathed in the eye, soft, diffused light filtering through high, arched windows, stood the Thorne collection of figural ceramics. Alara's breath caught in her throat. This was no mere collection of porcelain figurines. These were masterpieces of an almost unimaginable artistry, a breathtaking, terrifying legacy. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of figures, ranging in size from a few delicate inches to almost life-sized. They depicted not just elegant ladies and gallant gentlemen, but mythological beasts, grotesque gargoyles, sorrowful angels, and beings of such strange, alien beauty that Alara had no name for them. Each was crafted with an impossible and almost unnerving degree of realism, their porcelain skin seemingly translucent, their painted eyes holding a spark of intelligence, of awareness, that transcended mere artistic representation. They were not just figures, they were presences, the life's work of generations of Thorne artisans, Silas Thorne explained, his voice a hushed whisper that seemed to caress the silent figures. Each piece, a vessel, a repository of a particular emotion, a captured moment, a distilled essence. They are not merely fired clay, Miss Vance. They are memories made manifest, stories given form. Alistair Finch, Ilara paused. The name Finch, Alistair, a faint discordant echo in her own memory, a forgotten research paper, a disgraced colleague. No, this was Silas Thorne, her mind corrected, itself. The names and legacies of these reclusive families so often intertwined like the thorny vines on their ancestral gates. Silas Thorne continued, his gaze sweeping over the silent, watchful figures. The clay, in the hands of a true Thorne artisan, becomes a sympathetic medium. It absorbs the psychic resonances of its creator, of its subject, of the very emotions that informed its creation. This gallery, it is a library of souls, an archive of exquisitely crafted, eternally preserved moments of being. Ilara, the restorer whose own artistic ambitions had been so cruelly stifled, felt a wave of horrified awe. This was beyond restoration. This was archaeology of the spirit. But now, Thorne's voice dropped to a near inaudible murmur. A blight has fallen upon Hollowell Heath. A desiccation of the spirit. The figures fade. Their glazes crack. Their painted eyes grow dull. Their internal resonances, they weaken. The clay's memory is becoming amnesia. We fear that if the process is not halted, they will revert to mere inanimate objects. Their stories, their very essences, lost forever. Ilara's task, Thorne elaborated, was to diagnose the cause of this resonant decay, to identify the source of the disharmony that was causing the figures to lose their vitality, and to restore their delicate, porcelain-bound souls. Her workshop would be a small, surprisingly well-equipped studio adjoining the Grand Gallery, filled with kilns of various sizes, potter's wheels, an astonishing array of rare pigments and glazes, and shelves laden with arcane texts on sympathetic ceramic alchemy and the resonant properties of vitrified earth. Her primary tools, Thorne explained, would be her own empathic touch, her intuitive understanding of the language of clay, and a collection of antique silver and ivory modeling tools that were said to have belonged to the first Thorne artisan, Ilara's namesake, centuries ago. The first few days were an exercise in profound, almost overwhelming sensory and psychic immersion. Ilara walked the Grand Gallery for hours, her senses reeling from the sheer, concentrated emotional energy emanating from the porcelain figures. She would stand before a laughing jester, its painted grin so infectious it brought an involuntary smile to her own lips, only to be plunged into a wave of profound, inexplicable sorrow as she moved to the next cabinet, containing a weeping Pierrot, its porcelain tears seemingly still wet. The figures were indeed fading. Their vibrant colors were muted, their delicate glazes crazed with a fine network of hairline cracks. The almost palpable aura of life, of presence, that she had sensed upon first entering the gallery was noticeably weaker around certain pieces, particularly the older ones. It was as if their internal light was slowly, inexorably, being extinguished. She began to hear them then, the whispers of the clay, not as distinct voices, but as faint, almost subliminal emotional emanations. A fleeting wave of joy, quickly, followed by a sharp pang of regret. A snatch of a forgotten melody, a whispered lover's name, a choked cry of despair. They were like the fragmented memories of 1,000 forgotten dreams, seeping from the porcelain, a chorus of fading emotions. She consulted the journals of previous Thorne artisans, generations of them, their entries penned in elegant spidery script, often directly onto unfired clay tablets, then glazed and fired for permanence. They chronicled a history of obsessive dedication, of alchemical experimentation, of a profound, almost terrifying symbiosis between creator and creation. October 12, 1688. The new kiln has yielded a perfect firing. The little shepherdess, her sorrow at the loss of her porcelain lamb is exquisitely rendered. I wept as I painted the tears upon her cheek. My own grief for my lost Ilara is now part of her eternal, fragile beauty. Alistair Thorne, the first artisan. November 3rd, 1742. The glaze for the Laughing Cavalier refuses to set. His mirth feels forced, inauthentic. The clay rejects falsehood. It demands truth of emotion. I must delve deeper, find the core of genuine joy, even if it is not my own. Silas Thorne, II, June 17th, 1803. The new batch of kaolin from the hidden quarry resonates with a peculiar sadness. It seems to have absorbed the melancholy of the Moors themselves. The figures I craft from it will be introspective, perhaps even sorrowful, but their depth will be undeniable. Alara Thorne, the fifth Alara Vance, began to understand. The Thorne artisans hadn't just been crafting porcelain figures. They had been imbuing them with their own emotions, their own memories, their very life force. Each figure was a vessel, a reliquary, containing a fragment of its creator's soul, or the soul of someone whose essence they had sought to capture, to preserve. The clay's memory was literal. The blight, she began to suspect, was not a physical degradation of the porcelain, but a fading of the imprinted emotions. A loss of psychic energy. The figures were forgetting who they were, what they represented. Their stories were becoming illegible. She started her restoration work, focusing first on the most severely faded pieces. She didn't just repair cracks or touch up paint. She listened to the figures. She would hold a faded ballerina in her hands, close her eyes, and try to sense its original emotional resonance. The joy of the dance, the pain of a strained muscle, the thrill of applause. Then, using the antique modeling tools, the rare pigments and glazes, she would attempt to reinfuse that emotion, that memory, back into the porcelain, her own empathy, her own artistic sensitivity, acting as a conduit. It was exhausting, draining work. She felt her own emotions being drawn out, absorbed by the hungry clay. After a session restoring a particularly sorrowful Pierrot, she would be overwhelmed by a profound, inexplicable melancholy that lingered for days. After working on a fiercely proud porcelain knight, she would feel a surge of uncharacteristic arrogance, a desire for conquest. Silas Thorne watched her with his calm cobalt blue eyes, his expression unreadable. "You have the touch, Miss Vance," he whispered one evening, as Alara slumped, exhausted, in her studio. "The clay, it responds to you, it remembers, through you." But the blight was spreading faster than Alara could restore. For every figure she managed to rekindle, 2 more would begin to fade. The whispers in the grand gallery grew more desperate, more fragmented. The air grew colder, the floral sweet scent of the clay taking on a new, unsettling undertone, the smell of fear. One night, she was woken by a sound that was not a whisper, not a sigh. It was a sharp, distinct crack, like porcelain shattering, followed by a faint, almost inaudible scream of pure, unadulterated despair. She rushed into the grand gallery. In the center of the room, one of the display cabinets lay shattered, its glass strewn across the polished oak floor. And within the cabinet, a beautiful porcelain figurine of a young woman, her face a mask of serene joy, her arms outstretched as if to embrace a lover, was now broken. Its head lay severed beside its torso, its joyful expression frozen, yet somehow extinguished. Its vibrant colors had faded to a dull, lifeless gray. Its internal resonance was gone. It was not just broken, it was empty, soulless. Silas Thorne stood amidst the wreckage, his usually impassive face etched with a deep, almost personal grief. "The resonance cascade," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "It has begun. The fading echoes. They are becoming unstable. When a figure loses its core memory, its emotional anchor, it shatters from within. Its story is not just forgotten, it is erased." Over the next few days, more figures shattered. A laughing jester crumbled into a pile of gray dust. A sorrowful angel's porcelain wings cracked and fell. The grand gallery was becoming a charnel house of broken dreams, of erased memories. The air was thick with the scent of fear, of despair, of finality. Alara worked with a frantic, desperate energy, but it was not enough. The blight, the resonance cascade, was overwhelming her. She found a hidden chamber behind a false wall in Silas Thorne's private study, a room she hadn't known existed. It was a kiln room, but unlike any she had ever seen. The kiln itself was massive, ancient, built of black vitrified brick, its iron door sealed with a complex series of interlocking porcelain gears. And around the kiln, arranged in a circle, were 7 empty pedestals. A single ancient manuscript lay open on a nearby lectern, its pages filled with Alistair Thorne I's intricate, spidery script. It described not the creation of individual figures, but the creation of the chorus. The Grand Gallery is but a collection of individual voices, the first Thorne had written. But to truly preserve the essence, to create an enduring harmony, a chorus is required. 7 key figures, each embodying a primary emotional resonance: joy, sorrow, love, hate, fear, hope, and despair. Fired together in the heart kiln, their essences intertwined, they become the soul of the collection. They anchor the clay's memory. They regulate the emotional terroir. Without the chorus, the individual figures will eventually fade, their songs becoming discordant, then silent. Alara understood. The chorus was missing, or rather, it had degraded. The original key figures, after centuries of anchoring this vast emotional weight of the collection, had finally succumbed to the desiccation, their resonances too faint to maintain the harmony. The resonance cascade was the sound of the entire collection beginning to unravel. The chorus must be refired, Silas Thorne whispered, appearing silently behind her, his face a mask of grim resolve. New vessels must be chosen, new essences offered. He looked at Alara, his cobalt blue eyes holding a terrifying, almost predatory light. You, Miss Vance, you have the touch. You have the resonant depth. You have felt their joys, their sorrows. You understand their language. You are uniquely qualified to become a part of the new chorus. Alara felt a cold dread, a primal fear that went beyond anything she had ever experienced. This was the true purpose of her summons. She was not just a restorer. She was to be raw material. Her life, her emotions, her very soul were to be fired in the heart kiln, transformed into a porcelain vessel, an eternal silent guardian of the clay's memory. There must be 7, Thorne continued, his voice a hypnotic whisper. Joy, you have already rekindled in some. Sorrow, you understand intimately. Love, that is a potent glaze. Fear, you are experiencing it now, are you not? Hope, a difficult firing, that one, so easily cracked. Hate, a dangerous but necessary counterpoint. And despair, the deepest, most enduring of all the emotional spectrums. He gestured towards the empty pedestals. 6 are still vacant. The first Thorne, in his wisdom, prepared for this. He left templates, unfired vessels, waiting for the resonant souls to animate them. He paused, his gaze unwavering. And the 7th, the central figure, the heart note of the chorus, that requires a living offering, a conscious transmutation. Alara wanted to scream, to run, to shatter every porcelain figure in this accursed house, but she was trapped, not just by locked doors, but by the cloying, empathic atmosphere of the Grand Gallery, by the desperate, silent pleas of the fading figures, by the terrible, undeniable truth of Silas Thorne's words. The collection was dying. And perhaps a part of her, the artist, the restorer, the woman who had always felt a profound, almost painful empathy for the fragile beauty of created things, didn't want it to. She thought of her own life, her own faded dreams, her own quiet despairs. What was it, compared to this terrible, magnificent, eternal art? To become a part of something so ancient, so profound, was it a sacrifice or a consummation? The next few days were a blur of intense, almost hallucinatory activity. Guided by Silas Thorne and by the increasingly desperate whispers of the surviving figures, Alara began the work of choosing. She walked the grand gallery, her senses heightened, her empathy a raw open wound. She sought out those figures whose emotional resonance, however faded, still held a spark of the primary emotions needed for the chorus. A porcelain child, its face alight with an almost unbearable joy, even as its glaze cracked and its colors faded. A stoic, stone-faced warrior, its form radiating a silent, unyielding hatred. A pair of lovers, their porcelain hands forever entwined, their forms crumbling, yet still whispering of an eternal, if now almost forgotten, love. A prophet, its eyes wide with a terrifying, ecstatic vision of hope. A jester, its painted grin, a mask for a despair so profound it seemed to absorb the very light. And for fear, she found a small, crouching figure, its porcelain face hidden in its hands, its form trembling with a silent, unending terror. One by one, she carried these fading figures to the heart kiln, her touch gentle, reverent. Silas Thorne prepared the kiln, his movements slow, ritualistic, his ancient eyes glowing with a strange, fervent light. He stoked the fires, not with wood or coal, but with something else. Bundles of dried herbs that released a sweet, soporific smoke, powdered minerals that burned with an unnatural, internal luminescence. And, Alara suspected with a sickening certainty, offerings of bone meal, perhaps even blood. As the kiln grew hotter, the air in the chamber thrummed with an almost unbearable psychic energy. The whispers of the chosen figures intensified, their individual emotional resonances merging, harmonizing, then purifying under the alchemical heat. Finally, only one pedestal remained empty, the central one, the one reserved for despair, or perhaps for the ultimate synthesis of all emotions, the heart note. Silas Thorne turned to Alara, his cobalt blue, eyes holding a mixture of profound sorrow and terrible, unwavering purpose. "It is time, Miss Vance," he whispered. "The chorus awaits its voice, the clay, it thirsts for your story." Alara looked at the roaring heart kiln, its interior a vortex of incandescent alchemical fire. She looked at the 6 pedestals where the newly refired figures now stood, their forms no longer faded but vibrant, luminous, their porcelain skin glowing with a fierce internal light, their painted eyes holding a terrifying, serene wisdom. They were beautiful, they were eternal, and they were waiting. She thought of her own life, her own art, her own quiet, unfulfilled longings. Perhaps this was her true masterpiece, her final, perfect restoration. She stepped towards the empty pedestal, a strange sense of peace, of completion, settling over her. She felt no fear, only a profound, almost ecstatic weariness. As she took her place, Silas Thorne began to chant, an ancient, sonorous invocation in a language that seemed to spring from the very clay of the earth. The heat from the kiln washed over Alara, not burning, but transmuting. She felt her physical form begin to dissolve, her consciousness expanding, merging with the heat, with the light, with the ancient resonant song of the clay. Her last sensation was of being surrounded, embraced, by a chorus of voices, joyful, sorrowful, loving, hateful, fearful, hopeful, despairing, all harmonizing into a single, perfect, eternal chord. Years later, a young, ambitious art historian named Arthur Finch, the names like seeds, always found fertile ground in these forgotten, resonant places, received a peculiar, anonymous invitation. It was to view a private collection of figural ceramics, rumored to be of unparalleled artistry and unique provenance, housed at a remote estate in the Welsh marches known as Hollowell Heath. He found the estate, the ancient Tudor manor, and its enigmatic, ageless curator, Silas Thorne. He was led to the grand gallery, and he stood, breathless, before the silent, watchful ranks of porcelain figures. The collection was magnificent, vibrant, pulsating with an almost unbearable emotional intensity. And in the center of the gallery, on a raised circular dais, stood the chorus. 7 life-sized figures, their porcelain skin glowing with an internal, lambent light. Their painted eyes holding a profound, timeless wisdom. They were joy, sorrow, love, hate, fear, hope. And the 7th figure, the most beautiful, the most terrifying, the most alive, was despair, or perhaps acceptance. Its face was a mask of serene, heartbreaking beauty, its eyes the precise shade of a storm-tossed sea. In its delicate porcelain hands, it held a single, perfectly rendered pressed nightshade blossom. Arthur Finch, the art historian, felt an inexplicable, almost painful sense of recognition, as if he had seen that face, those eyes, that flower, in a half-forgotten dream, or a story he had once read, long ago. He reached out a trembling hand to touch the figure's cool, smooth cheek, and for a fleeting, impossible moment, he thought he felt it breathe. He thought he heard a faint, almost inaudible whisper, a sigh of profound, eternal, and exquisitely rendered sorrow. The clay, after all, always remembered, and its stories, once fired, endured forever. The gilded cage of Hollowell Heath held its silent, beautiful, and terrifying chorus, waiting for the next sensitive soul to discern its tune, to perhaps even add their own unique, resonant voice to its eternal porcelain song. The summons arrived not as a formal request, but as a single antique silver locket, tarnished with age, its delicate chain broken. It was left on Dr. Alistair Finch's cluttered London desk by a silent, gray-clad messenger who seemed to dissolve into the city's perpetual fog before Alistair could properly register his presence. Alistair, an architectural historian whose career had veered from the study of classical forms into the controversial and largely unproven field of spatial mnemonics. The theory that buildings, particularly those with long and emotionally charged histories, could absorb and retain echoes of the lives lived within them, manifesting as subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in their very structure and atmosphere, recognized the locket's unusual 7-pointed star design immediately. It was the sigil of the Thorne family, a reclusive lineage whose ancestral home, Penhallow House, was a legend in his esoteric field, a place rumored to actively remember. The accompanying note, penned in an elegant, spidery script on brittle, age-yellowed paper that smelled faintly of dust, old beeswax, and something else. Something subtly, disturbingly organic like dried herbs or forgotten potpourri, was from one Silas Blackwood, custodian of Penhallow's shifting corridors. It spoke of a critical architectural desynchronization within the ancient manor, of vanishing rooms, migratory staircases, and a fading of the house's core memory that threatened to unravel its very existence. Alistair's unique, if widely dismissed, expertise in mapping mnemonic architecture and interpreting spatial echoes was urgently required. The Thorne family, Blackwood's note cryptically added, had always sought those who could read the blueprints of a broken heart. The remuneration offered was, as always in these arcane consultations, substantial enough to pique Alistair's desperate academic curiosity and temporarily silence the gnawing anxieties of his precarious financial situation. Alistair, whose own theories had been met with polite skepticism at best and outright ridicule at worst, felt an irresistible, almost fateful pull. Penhallow House was more than just a building. It was a myth, a place where the boundaries between architecture and something else, something akin to a collective dreaming consciousness, were said to be almost non-existent. The journey to Penhallow, located in a remote, mist-shrouded valley on the rugged coast of Cornwall, was a descent into a landscape that seemed to exist outside of conventional time. Ancient, gnarled oaks, their branches twisted into tortured, arthritic shapes, lined the narrow, winding lane that led to the estate. The air grew heavy, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, sea salt, decaying leaves, and that same faint, unsettlingly sweet, herbal aroma from the note. Stronger here, mingled with the cold, mineral breath of ancient stone. Penhallow House itself loomed from the perpetual twilight like a Gothic leviathan, a sprawling, labyrinthine structure of dark, weathered granite, its countless gables, turrets, and asymmetrical wings seeming to shift and rearrange themselves even as Alistair watched. Its windows, many boarded over, others reflecting the bruised purple of the sky like vacant, unseeing eyes, were set at odd, unsettling angles. A palpable silence clung to the place, silence that was not empty, but pregnant with unspoken stories, with the weight of centuries of remembering. Silas Blackwood met him at a massive, iron-studded oak gate, its timbers warped and green with lichen, its hinges groaning like a soul in torment. Blackwood was a figure as ancient and enigmatic as the house itself. Tall and gaunt, his skin the pale, translucent white of old parchment, his eyes the deep, unsettling gray of a stormy sea. He was dressed in simple, dark, old-fashioned tweeds, and his movements were slow, deliberate, almost spectral. His voice was a low, resonant whisper like wind sighing through empty rooms. "Dr. Finch," Blackwood whispered, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Alistair's carefully constructed academic reserve. Penhallow, it forgets itself. The rooms, they wander. The memories, they bleed. Your unique cartography is our final hope. He led Alistair into the house, through a vast, echoing entrance hall, its flagstone floor worn smooth by centuries of unseen footsteps, its vaulted ceiling lost in impenetrable shadow. The air within was cold, damp, and thick with the scent of dust, decay, and that same persistent, herbal sweet aroma, now mingled with the faint, almost subliminal fragrance of old roses, and something else. Something subtly, disturbingly metallic, like old rusted locks. "Penhallow is not a mere structure of stone and timber, Dr. Finch," Blackwood explained, his voice a hushed murmur against the profound, absorbent silence. "It is a mnemonic device, a living archive. Each room, each corridor, each stone is saturated with the echoes of the Thorne lineage, with their joys, their sorrows, their triumphs, their tragedies. The house is their collective memory, made manifest." Alistair, the disgraced architectural historian, felt a wave of horrified awe. This was spatial mnemonics, on a scale that dwarfed his most audacious theories. This was not just a house that remembered. This was a house that was memory. For generations, Blackwood continued, his gaze sweeping over the shadowy, dust-sheeted forms that hinted at once grand furnishings. The custodians have tended Penhallow, maintaining its structural integrity, its mnemonic coherence. We are the librarians of its spatial archive, ensuring that the echoes remain harmonious, that the stories do not unravel. But now, a blight has fallen. A corridor of forgetting has opened within its heart. Rooms vanish, only to reappear in unexpected locations, their memories jumbled, their echoes discordant. Staircases lead to nowhere, or to other times. The very blueprint of Penhallow's soul is fracturing. Alistair's task, Blackwood elaborated, was to map this mnemonic decay, to identify the source of the architectural desynchronization, and to find a way to re-anchor the evanescent rooms, to reweave the frayed threads of Penhallow's memory. His workshop would be the old estate office, a surprisingly intact room filled with rolled architectural plans, surveying equipment, and shelves laden with ancient leather-bound Thorne family ledgers. His primary tools, Blackwood explained, would be his own empathic sensitivity to spatial echoes, his understanding of the grammar of haunted spaces, and a collection of antique, silver and ivory drafting instruments that were said to have belonged to the original Alistair Thorne, the architect not just of Penhallow House, but of its unique mnemonic design. The first few days were a disorienting immersion into a reality that seemed to defy the laws of physics and geometry. Alistair would meticulously map a wing of the house, only to return the next day to find a corridor missing, a familiar room replaced by a blank stone wall, or a new unknown chamber appearing where none had been before. The house was in constant, subtle flux, its layout shifting like the landscape of a dream. He began to experience the spatial echoes firsthand. He would walk into a dusty, abandoned nursery and be overwhelmed by a wave of profound, inexplicable joy, accompanied by the faint, ghostly sound of a child's laughter. He would enter what seemed to be an empty drawing room and feel a crushing weight of sorrow, smelling the phantom scent of withered funeral wreaths and hearing the muffled sobs of unseen mourners. He would find himself in a corridor that seemed to stretch on for miles, its perspectives distorting, its shadows lengthening, only to blink and find himself back in a familiar, if slightly altered section of the house. These were not mere hallucinations. The house was remembering, and its memories were bleeding into Alistair's perceptions, threatening to overwhelm his own sense of place, of self. He found the journals of previous custodians, generations of Blackwoods, their entries penned in, faded ink, chronicling their struggles to maintain Penhallow's fragile mnemonic integrity. October 12th, 1788. The East Wing is adrift again. Lady Alara's sorrow chamber has detached from the main timeline. I fear her grief is too potent, too resonant. It creates its own pocket reality. I must attempt to re-anchor it before it is lost entirely. November 3rd, 1842. A new echo has manifested in the old conservatory, a moment of intense, betrayed love from young Master Arthur's unfortunate elopement. The scent of his lover's jasmine perfume is pervasive. The house incorporates it, weaves it into its fabric. June 17th, 1903. The corridor of forgetting widens. I found the old nursery completely gone this morning, replaced by a featureless expanse of weeping stone. The memories of childhood joy. They are the first to fade when the house grieves. And Penhallow is grieving deeply for its last true thorn. The last true thorn. Alistair Finch, a distant, almost forgotten branch of that ancient, blighted tree. He was here not just as an expert, but as kin. As someone whose own DNA, perhaps, resonated with the strange mnemonic frequency of Penhallow House. Silas Blackwood, when Alistair confronted him with this realization, nodded slowly, his ancient, sea-gray eyes filled with a profound, weary sadness. The house knows its own, Dr. Finch. It has been calling to you for a long time. Your theories on spatial mnemonics, they were not mere academic speculation. They were an echo, a resonance, from your own ancestral memory, from the very stones of Penhallow. He explained that the critical architectural desynchronization had begun after the passing of the last Thorn resident, Great Aunt Alara. Without a direct descendant of the Thorn bloodline living within its walls, without a heart echo to anchor its core memories, Penhallow was losing its coherence, its vast archive of remembered lives unraveling into a chaos of disconnected moments and fading emotional resonances. You, Dr. Finch, Blackwood whispered, his voice barely audible above the sighing of the wind that seemed to breathe through the very walls of the house, are the last hope for Penhallow. You must become its new heart echo. You must re-inhabit its memories, not just as an observer, but as a participant. You must allow the house to remember through you. Alistair felt a cold dread, a primal fear that went beyond any academic unease. This was not just a task of mapping and restoration. This was a demand for absorption, for a merging of his own consciousness with the vast, ancient, and increasingly unstable mnemonic consciousness of Penhallow House. But as he looked around, the decaying, shifting grandeur of the place, as he felt the faint, pleading whispers of the countless Thorn souls trapped within its evanescent rooms, as he considered the alternative, the utter dissolution of this unique, terrible, beautiful archive of human experience, a strange, unexpected resolve began to form within him. His own life, after all, had been one of studying echoes, of chasing forgotten memories. Perhaps this was his true calling, his ultimate act of historical preservation. He began his work in earnest, not with drafting tools and surveying equipment, but with empathy. He would enter a wandering room, a space adrift in Penhallow's fractured timeline, and he would immerse himself in its resonant emotion. He would sit in a dusty, abandoned ballroom and allow the ghostly echoes of waltzes and laughter to wash over him, adding his own faint, contemporary resonance to their fading joy. He would stand in a shadowed, grief-stricken bedchamber and share in its ancient sorrow, his own quiet melancholy, a sympathetic vibration that seemed to soothe, to stabilize its tormented echoes. He learned to navigate the shifting corridors, not by relying on maps, but by following the emotional currents, the ley lines of memory that flowed through the house. He discovered that certain rooms, certain moments, were keystones, anchors for entire sections of Penhallow's mnemonic architecture. The nursery, with its echoes of innocent joy, the grand library, with its accumulated wisdom and quiet contemplation, the master bedchamber, with its legacy of births, deaths, and intimate, unspoken sorrows. And the most powerful keystone of all, he discovered, was a small, hidden oratory tucked away in the oldest part of the house, a place of profound, almost unbearable spiritual intensity. Here, generations of Thorns had come to pray, to confess, to offer their deepest, most secret selves to the listening stones of Penhallow. The air in the oratory was thick with the concentrated essence of their faith, their doubt, their despair, their hope. As Alistair spent more time in these keystone rooms, as he allowed his own consciousness to resonate with their potent echoes, he began to feel a change within himself. His own memories became fluid. He would experience vivid flashes of Thorn family history as if they were his own. He would speak in archaic phrases, hum forgotten melodies, recognize portraits of ancestors he had never known. He was becoming Penhallow. The house responded. The wandering rooms began to settle, to find their proper places within its vast, sprawling layout. The corridor of forgetting began to recede, its weeping stone walls slowly, painstakingly, reabsorbing the lost memories of childhood. The discordant echoes softened, harmonized, weaving themselves back into the intricate, melancholic symphony of Penhallow's soul. But the process was taking its toll on Alistair. He grew paler, thinner, his eyes taking on that same distant, sea-gray quality as Silas Blackwood's. He rarely slept, his nights filled with vivid, immersive dreams of Penhallow's past, his days spent in a state of heightened, almost painful, empathic awareness. He was losing himself, his individual identity dissolving into the vast, collective memory of the Thorne lineage. One night, as a fierce Atlantic storm raged outside, its winds howling like a chorus of tormented souls, Alistair found himself drawn to the deepest, most ancient part of the house, a series of subterranean crypts beneath the oratory. Here, the air was icy cold, the silence absolute, save for the faint, rhythmic drip of water and the almost inaudible thrum of something else. In the central crypt, on a raised stone bier, lay a single lead-lined coffin, its surface unadorned, its presence radiating an immense ancient power. This, Alistair knew, was the tomb of the first Alistair Thorne, the architect of Penhallow's mnemonic design, the man who had first imbued these stones with the capacity to remember. As Alistair approached, the coffin lid began to vibrate, then to slowly, almost imperceptibly, slide open. A wave of pure, concentrated memory washed over him, a torrent of images, emotions, sensations spanning centuries. He saw the laying of Penhallow's foundation stones, the meticulous carving of its intricate details, the joyous celebrations, the bitter feuds, the quiet despairs, the births, the deaths, the entire sprawling, complex tapestry of the Thorne family's existence, and he saw the first Alistair Thorne not as a man, but as a consciousness, a vast, intricate network of thought and memory, woven into the very fabric of the house, his spirit the true, eternal custodian of Penhallow. The figure that emerged from the coffin was not a corpse, but a being of pure, incandescent light, its form vaguely human, its eyes like burning stars. It was the distilled essence of Penhallow's memory, the heart echo itself, ancient, powerful, and terrifyingly, beautifully alive. It reached out a hand of pure white light towards Alistair. "You have listened well, kinsman," its voice echoed in Alistair's mind, a voice that was not a voice, but a symphony of 1,000 Thorne memories. "You have rewoven the threads. You have re-anchored the echoes. You have remembered us." Alistair felt a profound sense of completion. His journey, his research, his very life had led him to this moment, to this terrible, magnificent understanding. But the house still requires a living anchor, Finch, the heart echo continued, its light intensifying, a conscious mind to navigate its shifting corridors, to soothe its sorrowful rooms, to ensure its memories do not once more unravel into chaos. Silas Blackwood, his thread wears thin. A new custodian is needed. It offered its hand of light. Will you accept the charge? Will you become Penhallow? Alistair looked at his own hands, the hands of a scholar, an archivist of forgotten spaces. He thought of his quiet London flat, his dusty books, his lonely, unfulfilled existence. He thought of the vibrant, sorrowful, and profoundly real life that pulsed within these ancient remembering stones. He knew what was being asked of him, Not death, not absorption in the conventional sense, but a merging, a transcendence of his individual self to become part of something far older, far vaster, far more enduring, to become a living memory, a conscious cornerstone in the ever-shifting eternal architecture of Penhallow House. He reached out and took the hand of light. A wave of pure, incandescent energy surged through him, a torrent of 1,000 lives, 1,000,000 memories, a symphony of joy and sorrow, of love and loss, all harmonizing, all resolving within his own consciousness. He felt himself expand, dissolve, then reform, no longer just Alistair Finch, the architectural historian, but Alistair Thornfinch, custodian of Penhallow's shifting corridors, guardian of its mnemonic soul. When he opened his eyes, the heart echo was gone, reabsorbed into the very stones of the crypt. The coffin was sealed. The crypt was silent, save for the faint, rhythmic drip of water, like the steady ticking of an ancient, eternal clock. Alistair, or the being that was now Alistair Penhallow, ascended from the crypts. The house around him felt different. Not just understood, but part of him. Its shifting corridors were the pathways of his own mind. Its sorrowful rooms were the chambers of his own heart. Its ancient, breathing silence was the rhythm of his own soul. He found Silas Blackwood waiting for him in the grand foyer, his ancient face serene, his sea-gray eyes holding a faint, peaceful light. The house. It remembers itself again. Blackwood whispered, his voice no longer a rasp, but a soft, gentle sigh. The echoes are at peace. Your work is done, Dr. Finch, and mine is finally at an end. With a faint, contented smile, Silas Blackwood, the last of the hereditary Blackwood custodians, seemed to shimmer, his form becoming less distinct, then slowly dissolving, like mist in the morning sun, his essence rejoining the ancient stones he had served so faithfully for so long. Alistair Finch, the new custodian, stood alone in the vast, silent, and now perfectly harmonious expanse of Penhallow House. He was no longer just a man. He was a living archive, a conscious cartographer of a house that was a universe of memory unto itself. He knew his life, as he had known it, was over. But a new, stranger, and perhaps far more profound existence had begun. He would walk these shifting corridors, tend these evanescent rooms, listen to these ancient, sorrowful echoes. For how long, he did not know. Perhaps as long as the stones of Penhallow themselves endured. Sometimes, on nights when the Cornish mist rolls in thick from the sea, blanketing the valley in a soft gray shroud, local fishermen claim to see lights moving within the darkened windows of Penhallow House. They speak of faint, ethereal music, drifting on the wind, of a sense of profound ancient sorrow, and of an equally profound, almost unbearable beauty. They do not know that it is the new custodian, walking the corridors of his own vast, remembering soul, ensuring that the echoes remain harmonious, that the stories are preserved, that the house continues to dream. For Penhallow is not just a place, it is a state of being. And its cartographer, now and forever, is a part of its eternal, shifting, and exquisitely sorrowful design. The silence of the house is no longer empty. It is filled with the perfectly preserved resonance of every life it has ever touched, every tear it has ever absorbed, every secret it will continue to keep, until the very stones themselves crumble into dust, and perhaps even beyond. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single, antique brass oil lamp, its wick unburnt, its fuel chamber empty, left on Dr. Alistair Finch's snow-dusted doorstep during a fierce blizzard that had paralyzed his remote Colorado mountain cabin. Alistair, a cultural anthropologist whose academic career had foundered after his controversial monograph on ritualistic geographies and echoes of primal fear, recognized the lamp's distinctive seven-sided base immediately. It was a thorn beacon, an artifact described in obscure folkloric texts as a marker for pathways into other, older worlds. The accompanying note, etched onto a thin, weathered piece of slate, was from one Silas Blackwood, keeper of the pass and warden of the ancient lights. It spoke of a critical dimming along Hollowed Pines Pass, a remote, almost mythical, high-altitude trail rumored to traverse a region where the boundaries of reality were seasonally permeable. The note mentioned erratic auroral phenomena, a fading of the protective wardstones, and a cacophony of discordant whispers from the silent peaks. Alistair's unique, if widely derided, understanding of sympathetic resonance in ritual landscapes, and his knowledge of the Thorn family's particular cartography of the unseen, was urgently required. The Thorn name, a recurring, shadowed melody in Alistair's own family history, despite no direct, traceable lineage, always heralded a descent into the unsettling and the profound. The remuneration offered was, as always in these strange, desperate calls, substantial enough to thaw Alistair's frozen research funds and override his ingrained academic caution. Alistair, whose own life felt increasingly like a solitary trek, through a blizzard of unanswered questions, felt an irresistible, almost fateful pull. Hollowed Pines Pass was more than just a geographical location. It was a legend in his esoteric field, a place where the veil between the mundane world and something else, something ancient and terrifyingly indifferent, was said to wear thin, especially during the deep winter solstice. The journey to the pass was an arduous ascent into a realm of breathtaking, anechoic beauty and profound, unnerving isolation. A series of increasingly precarious mountain roads, navigated by a taciturn local guide arranged by Blackwood, eventually gave way to a narrow, snow-choked trail accessible only by snowshoe. The air grew thin, bitingly cold, and carried the scent of ancient pine resin, frozen earth, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like ozone after a lightning strike, or the taste of fear on the tongue. Hollowed Pines Pass, when Alistair finally reached it after days of grueling travel, was not a pass in the conventional sense. It was a narrow, winding defile between towering black granite peaks that seemed to claw at the perpetually bruised twilight sky. The trail was marked by a series of ancient, lichen-covered standing stones, each carved with faded, almost obliterated, thorn sigils, and at intervals along this spectral pathway, set into niches carved into the rock face, were other thorn beacons, identical to the one that had summoned him, their brass tarnished, their glass chimneys clouded with ice, their wicks unlit, their fuel chambers empty. Silas Blackwood met him at the entrance to the pass, a natural archway formed by two leaning, colossal stones that seemed to vibrate with a faint, almost subliminal hum. Blackwood was a figure as ancient and weathered as the mountains themselves, tall and gaunt, his skin like tanned leather stretched taut over a frame of ironwood. He was wrapped in layers of rough, hand-woven wool, and his eyes, the pale, piercing blue of glacial ice, seemed to hold the accumulated wisdom and sorrow of centuries. His voice was a low, resonant whisper, like wind sighing through high, lonely crags. "Dr. Finch," Blackwood whispered, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Alistair's carefully constructed academic detachment. The lights, they falter. The pass, it darkens. The old sleepers, they stir in their frozen dreams. Your understanding of the resonant pathways, is our last defense." He led Alistair along the beginning of the pass, their snowshoes crunching on the crisp, untrodden snow. The silence here was absolute, a vast, crystalline stillness that seemed to absorb all sound, all thought. The air was so cold, it burned Alistair's lungs, each breath a painful reminder of his own fragile mortality in this immense, indifferent landscape. "Hollowed Pines Pass is not merely a trail, Dr. Finch," Blackwood explained, his voice a hushed murmur against the profound, anechoic silence. "It is a liminal space, a conduit between what is and what waits beyond. The thorn beacons, when lit, create a corridor of safe passage, a harmonized pathway through the resonant chaos that lies just beyond the veil of our perceived reality. They are not just lights, they are tuning forks, resonating with the ancient ward stones, maintaining a fragile, protective frequency." Alistair, the disgraced anthropologist, felt a wave of horrified awe. This was ritualistic geography, on a scale that dwarfed his most audacious theories. This was not just a pathway. It was a psychic bulwark, a feat of forgotten, perhaps forbidden, engineering. "For generations," Blackwood continued, his gaze sweeping over the dark, silent peaks that loomed around them. "The keepers of the pass, often of thorn blood or Blackwood service, have tended the beacons, maintained the wardstones, and performed the ancient rites of stillness that keep the old sleepers dormant. But now, a blight has fallen upon the pass. The beacons refuse to hold their flame, the wardstones lose their resonance, and the silence, it is fracturing, filled with discordant whispers, with the hungry dreams of those who should remain undisturbed." Alistair's task, Blackwood elaborated, was to traverse the entirety of Hollowed Pines Pass, from the western threshold to the eastern gate, a journey of many miles through treacherous, high-altitude terrain. He was to diagnose the cause of the resonant decay, to identify the source of the discordant whispers, and to reignite the thorn beacons, one by one, restoring the corridor of safe passage before the approaching winter solstice, a time when the veil between worlds was at its thinnest, when the old sleepers were most likely to awaken. His supplies were meager, a pack filled with dried rations, a thermal sleeping bag, a small antique brass compass that seemed to spin erratically in Blackwood's presence, and a tinderbox containing flints, steel, and a small, tightly sealed canister of what Blackwood called echo flame oil. A rare, volatile substance, he explained, distilled from bioluminescent fungi and the rendered fat of creatures that have glimpsed the other side. This oil, Blackwood stressed, was the only fuel the thorn beacons would accept. Alistair was given a small frost-rimed cabin at the western threshold, a place of stark, almost monastic simplicity. It contained a rough-hewn bunk, a small stone, hearth, and shelves filled with ancient, leather-bound Thorn family chronicles, detailing the history of the pass, the rituals of the keepers, and the terrifying nature of the old sleepers. Entities, the chronicles hinted, from a time before time, beings of pure, cold, elemental hunger, now imprisoned within the silent peaks, their dreams the source of the discordant whispers. The first few days of his journey along the pass were an exercise in profound physical and psychological endurance. The altitude was punishing, the cold relentless. The silence was a constant, oppressive weight, broken only by the crunch of his snowshoes, the rasp of his own breathing, and the faint, almost subliminal hum that seemed to emanate from the ancient wardstones. He began to experience the fracturing of the silence. He would hear whispers, faint and sibilant, just at the edge of his hearing, seeming to ride on the thin, icy wind. They were not in any human language, but their emotional content was unmistakable. A chorus of cold, ancient hunger, of patient, predatory anticipation. He reached the first unlit thorn beacon. It stood in a shallow niche carved into a sheer rock face, its brass tarnished, its glass chimney frosted over. As he approached, the whispers intensified, swirling around him like an invisible blizzard. The air grew colder, the silence more profound, as if the very atoms were freezing in place. He cleared the snow from the beacon, his fingers numb with cold. He filled its chamber with the viscous, faintly glowing echo flame oil. He struck a spark with his tinderbox. The oil caught with a soft, almost inaudible whoosh, and a pale, ethereal flame, the color of winter moonlight, sprang to life within the beacon. As the flame grew, a wave of warmth, not physical but psychic, radiated outwards. The whispers recoiled, faded. The oppressive silence lessened, replaced by a faint, almost musical hum that resonated between the beacon and the nearest wardstone. The corridor of safe passage, in this small section, was restored. Alistair felt a surge of triumph, quickly followed by a profound, bone-deep weariness. He had lit only one beacon. There were dozens more along the treacherous, miles-long pass. He pressed on, day after day, repeating the ritual at each beacon, cleaning, fueling, igniting. With each lit beacon, the corridor of safe passage extended, the whispers receded, the oppressive silence eased, replaced by that faint, harmonious hum. But the journey grew more arduous. The terrain became more treacherous. The weather worsened, blizzards sweeping down from the silent peaks with sudden, terrifying ferocity. And the old sleepers, they began to resist. He started to see them, or rather glimpses of them, in the swirling snow, in the deep shadows between the crags, in the auroral light that sometimes danced, unnaturally, above the highest peaks. They were not physical beings, but manifestations of the landscape itself. Mountainsides that seemed to shift, to form vast, slumbering faces. Glaciers that groaned and cracked, their crevasses like hungry maws. Winds that howled with a sentient, malevolent intelligence. Their whispers grew more insistent, more seductive. They probed his mind, searching for his fears, his weaknesses, his hidden despairs. They spoke of the futility of his task, of the inevitability of their awakening, of the cold, silent peace of oblivion they offered. He found solace and terror in the Thorne family chronicles he carried with him, reading by the flickering light of his campfire each night. They detailed the struggles of previous keepers, their triumphs, their failures, their descents into madness or transcendence. Solstice, 1788. The great blizzard howls. The old sleepers writhe in their frozen dreams. Beacon 7 has failed. I hear their hunger in the wind. Ilara Thorne, my beloved daughter, assists me now. Her spirit is strong. Her inner light, it almost rivals the echo flame. Winter, 1842. The whispering sickness has taken 3 of our younger initiates, their minds unraveled by the discordant dreams. I fear the wardstones weaken. The ancient harmonies falter. Only the lineage of Thorne, with its innate resonance, can now safely walk the pass. Alistair, though not a direct descendant, felt that innate resonance awakening within him. His senses grew sharper, his perception of the subtle energies of the pass more acute. He could almost see the corridor of safe passage, a shimmering ethereal pathway of light and sound, pushing back against the encroaching darkness, the chaotic whispers of the old sleepers. But the cost was immense. He grew gaunt, his face etched, with exhaustion and an almost permanent expression of focused, fearful intensity. His dreams were filled with impossible, snow-swept geometries, with the cold, indifferent eyes of the silent peaks, with the hungry, patient whispers of the entities that slumbered within them. He was nearing the center of the pass, a place the Thorn Chronicles called the Echoing Caldera, a vast, bowl-shaped depression surrounded by the highest, most menacing peaks, the very heart of the Old Sleeper's domain. Here, the wardstones were shattered, their ancient power broken. The thorn beacons were toppled, their brass housings twisted and torn as if by some colossal, unseen force. And the whispers were a deafening roar, a symphony of pure, elemental hunger. As Alistair entered the caldera, the ground itself seemed to tremble. The snow around him swirled, not with the wind, but with a strange, internal volition, forming vast, shadowy shapes, vaguely humanoid, but impossibly tall. Their forms composed of swirling ice crystals and frozen darkness, their eyes burning with the cold blue light of distant dying stars. These were the heralds of the Old Sleepers, their dream projections, their avatars of hunger. They advanced on Alistair, their movements slow, inexorable, their whispers a torrent of psychic despair, and chilling, seductive promises of oblivion. Alistair knew he could not fight them with physical force. His only weapon was the echo flame, the fragile, resonant light of the thorn beacons. But the beacons here were broken, their energies dispersed. He remembered a passage from the most ancient, most cryptic section of the Thorn Chronicles, attributed to the very first Alistair Thorn, the architect of the pass itself. When the wards fail and the beacons fall silent, the keeper himself must become the light. His own spirit, his own resonant fear, his own defiant spark of human consciousness must become the echo flame. He must burn. It was a terrifying prospect, to offer his own mind, his own soul, as fuel for the protective ward, to become a living beacon, a conscious resonator against the overwhelming ancient hunger of the Old Sleepers. But as the heralds closed in, their shadowy forms radiating an almost unbearable cold, their whispers tearing at his sanity, Alistair knew he had no other choice. He knelt in the snow, in the center of the echoing caldera. He closed his eyes. He focused his mind, not on the fear, but on the faint, resilient hum of the wardstones he had passed, on the memory of the pale, ethereal light of the beacons he had lit. He reached deep within himself, searching for that defiant spark of human consciousness, that core of warmth and light that existed even in the face of an indifferent, anechoic universe. And he began to resonate. He didn't hum, or chant, or speak. He simply became. He allowed his own psychic energy, his own life force, to align with the ancient protective frequencies of the pass. He offered his own fear, his own despair, not as a weakness, but as a fuel, transmuting them into a defiant, resilient light. A pale, ethereal glow began to emanate from him, pushing back against the encroaching darkness, against the swirling forms of the heralds. The whispers faltered, their hungry chorus momentarily silenced by this unexpected human resonance. The heralds recoiled, their shadowy forms flickering, their cold blue eyes narrowing with surprise, and then, with a dawning, terrible fury, they surged forward, their icy tendrils reaching for him, seeking to extinguish his fragile, defiant light. But Alistair held firm. His light grew stronger, brighter, fueled by a desperate, almost ecstatic courage. He was no longer just Alistair Finch, the anthropologist. He was a keeper of the pass. He was a thorn beacon. He was a human soul, burning brightly against the encroaching, anechoic night. The battle raged for what felt like an eternity, a silent, psychic struggle in the heart of the frozen, indifferent mountains. Alistair felt his consciousness fraying, his energy waning, the cold hunger of the Old Sleepers beginning to overwhelm him. And then, he heard it. A new sound. A faint, almost inaudible hum coming from the surrounding peaks. It grew stronger, clearer, resolving into a chorus of pure, resonant notes. The sound of the wardstones, reawakening, responding to his call. And with their song came the light. One by one, along the distant ridges, the thorn beacons he had lit flared brighter, their pale, ethereal flames joining his own, creating a network of protective, resonant light that encircled the echoing caldera. The corridor of safe passage was reforming, pushing back against the darkness, against the old sleepers. The heralds shrieked, a silent psychic howl of thwarted hunger, their shadowy forms dissolving, unraveling, consumed by the returning light, by the reasserted harmony of the pass. When the last herald had faded, Alistair collapsed into the snow, his own light dimming, his body racked with exhaustion, but his spirit unbroken. He lay there for a long time, drifting in and out of consciousness, the gentle, harmonious hum of the reawakened pass a soothing lullaby. He was found, hours later, by Silas Blackwood, who had seen the distant, flaring light of the beacons and had known that the battle for Hollowed Pines Pass had reached its crisis. Blackwood carried him back to the small cabin at the western threshold, tending to his frostbite, his exhaustion, his frayed, resilient spirit. "You have done what no keeper has done in living memory, Dr. Finch," Blackwood whispered, his ancient, ice-blue eyes filled with a profound, almost fearful respect. "You have faced the old sleepers in their very heart, and you have sung them back to their uneasy slumber. You have become the lamplighter." Alistair recovered slowly. The physical toll had been immense, but the psychic scars, he knew, would remain forever. He had glimpsed the abyss, had felt the cold, anechoic hunger of the entities that lay beyond the veil, and he had, somehow, endured. He completed his journey through Hollowed Pines Pass, relighting the remaining beacons, ensuring that the corridor of safe passage was whole, secure, at least until the next solstice, the next time the veil thinned, the next time the old sleepers stirred in their frozen dreams. He did not return to his academic life in London. He could no longer inhabit that world of polite skepticism and comfortable, rational denial. He had seen too much, heard too much, become too much. He stayed at Hollowed Pines Pass, in the small frost-rimed cabin at the western threshold with Silas Blackwood. He became a student of the pass, of its ancient rhythms, its subtle resonances, its terrifying, beautiful secrets. He learned the rites of stillness, the language of the wardstones, the delicate art of tending the echo flame. He became in time a keeper himself. Sometimes, on nights when the auroral light dances above the silent peaks, and the wind whispers forgotten secrets through the gnarled pines, he walks the pass, his own antique brass oil lamp casting a pale, steady glow on the snow-covered trail. He checks the beacons, listens to the hum of the wardstones, feels the profound, ancient silence of the mountains. He knows the old sleepers are still there, dreaming their cold, hungry dreams. He knows the pass is a fragile, sacred trust, a thin line of light and harmony against an eternity of anechoic darkness. But he is not afraid. He is the lamplighter of Hollowed Pines Pass. His own small human spark, his own resilient spirit, is now part of its ancient, enduring song. And he will keep the beacons lit. He will maintain the silence. He will stand his watch, as long as the mountains endure, and as long as there are echoes that require a gentle, unwavering human light to hold them at bay. The Thorn legacy, in all its shadowed, perilous beauty, had found its newest, and perhaps its most resonant guardian. The past remembers, and so, now, does he. The invitation arrived not as a formal request, but as a single antique silver locket, intricately engraved with a weeping willow tree, its delicate chain broken. It was left on Dr. Elara Vance's doorstep, a neuropsychologist whose once promising career had veered into the controversial and largely ostracized study of environmental memory imprinting. The theory that places saturated with intense, prolonged human emotion could develop a form of spatial consciousness, subtly influencing the minds and memories of those who inhabited them. The accompanying note, penned in an elegant, spidery script on brittle, age-yellowed paper that smelled faintly of dried lavender, old books, and something else. Something subtly, disturbingly sweet and cloying like forgotten potpourri, was from one Silas Thorne, chief custodian of Havenwood Retreat. It spoke of a critical mnemonic decay within the historic and notoriously reclusive institution, of fragmenting resident narratives, a fading of the core empathic resonance, and a cacophony of discordant echoes that threatened to unravel the very psychic fabric of Havenwood. Elara's unique, if widely dismissed, expertise in neuroarchitectural harmonics and the cartography of embedded memory was urgently required. The Thorne family, the note cryptically added, had always sought those who could listen to the whispers of a house's heart. The remuneration offered was, as always in these arcane consultations, substantial enough to make Elara overlook the ominous undertones and the locket that seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible warmth in her hand. Elara, whose own life felt increasingly like a collection of faded, half-forgotten memories after a profound personal loss years ago, felt an irresistible, almost fateful, pull. Havenwood Retreat was a legend in her small, marginalized field, a place founded in the late 19th century by the philanthropist Alistair Thorne, the Thorne name, a recurring shadowed melody in the Symphony of the Strange, not as an asylum, but as a sanctuary for minds afflicted by an excess of sorrow or an unbearable weight of memory. It was rumored to be a place where the boundaries between individual consciousness and the genius loci, the spirit of the place, were almost non-existent. The journey to Havenwood, located in a remote, mist-shrouded valley in the Vermont Green Mountains, was a descent into a landscape of breathtaking, melancholic beauty. Ancient, gnarled maple trees, their leaves turning a brilliant, fiery crimson in the late autumn sun, lined the narrow, winding road that led to the estate. The air grew heavy, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, wood smoke, and that same faint, unsettlingly sweet lavender and dust aroma from the note, stronger here, mingled with the clean, sharp fragrance of pine. Havenwood. Retreat itself loomed from the perpetual twilight of the valley like a benevolent, if slightly sorrowful, dowager. It was a sprawling, multi-winged Victorian structure of warm, rose-colored sandstone, its many gabled windows softened by lace curtains, its wide verandas invitingly furnished with wicker chairs and faded chintz cushions. Unlike the stark, Gothic edifices of Alistair's other experiences with the Thorne legacy, Havenwood exuded an aura of gentle, if profound, melancholy. A palpable silence clung to the place, a silence that was not empty, but pregnant with unspoken stories, with the weight of a century of carefully curated sorrows and cherished, fading joys. Silas Thorne met her on the wide, wraparound porch, its floorboards worn smooth by generations of quiet footsteps. He was a figure as timeless and enigmatic as the valley itself. Tall and slender, his silver hair impeccably groomed, his eyes the deep, compassionate blue of a twilight sky. He was dressed in a simple, perfectly tailored tweed suit, and his movements were slow, deliberate, almost meditative. His voice was a low, resonant baritone, as soothing and hypnotic as the gentle murmur of a distant stream. "Dr. Vance," Thorne said, his gaze unnervingly direct, yet strangely comforting, seeming to penetrate Elara's carefully constructed professional reserve and touch the core of her own hidden griefs. "Havenwood. It forgets itself. The memories, They become untethered. The empathic resonance. It fades. Your unique understanding of the heart's cartography is our most cherished hope. He led Ilara into the house, through a vast, sun-dappled entrance hall, its polished oak floors reflecting the soft light from a magnificent stained glass window, depicting a weeping willow sheltering a flock of doves. The air within was warm, surprisingly so for such an ancient structure, and thick with the scent of beeswax, dried lavender, old books, and that same persistent, sweet, almost human aroma. Havenwood is not a mere building, Dr. Vance, Thorne explained, his voice a hushed murmur that seemed to blend with the subtle, almost inaudible sighing of the house itself. It is a mnemonic sanctuary, a living repository of cherished and often painful memories. Each room, each corridor, each object within these walls is saturated with the emotional echoes of those who sought refuge here. The house is their collective heart, made manifest. Ilara, the disgraced neuropsychologist, felt a wave of profound, almost painful recognition. This was environmental memory imprinting, on a scale she had only dared to theorize. This was not just a house that remembered. This was a house that felt. For generations, Thorne continued, his gaze sweeping over the shadowy, antique-filled parlors that opened off the main hall. The custodians of Havenwood, always of the Thorne lineage or those deeply attuned to its unique frequencies, have tended its memories, nurturing its empathic resonances, ensuring that the echoes of joy and sorrow remain in harmonious balance. We are the sommeliers of its emotional vintages, if you will. But now, a blight has fallen. A great fading has begun. The cherished memories are becoming indistinct, their emotional charge dissipating. The house. It is losing its ability to feel, to remember, to offer solace. And the residents, those whose consciousness is most deeply intertwined with Havenwood's own. They suffer. Ilara's task, Thorne elaborated, was to diagnose the cause of this mnemonic decay, to identify the source of the empathic desiccation, and to find a way to re-infuse the house with resonant memory, to reawaken its sleeping heart. Her laboratory would be the old solarium, a vast, glass-walled room at the back of the house, overlooking a labyrinthine, overgrown rose garden. It was filled with comfortable, faded armchairs, shelves laden with poetry and philosophical treatises, and a collection of antique empathy engines, strange, beautiful devices of brass, crystal, and polished wood, whose purpose, Thorne explained, was to amplify and focus resonant emotional energies. The first few days were a disorienting immersion into Havenwood's unique, empathic atmosphere. Ilara would walk through a seemingly empty room and be suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of profound, inexplicable joy, so intense it brought tears to her eyes. She would enter a shadowed alcove and feel a crushing weight of sorrow, the phantom scent of withered funeral wreaths filling her nostrils. She would find herself humming forgotten lullabies, her mind filled with fleeting images of children playing in sun-dappled gardens, of lovers whispering secrets on moonlit balconies, of old women weeping silently by lonely hearths. These were not hallucinations. The house was remembering, and its memories were bleeding into her own perceptions, stirring her own long-dormant grief for her husband, lost years ago in a tragic accident, a sorrow she had thought she had buried, but which Havenwood, with its empathic resonance, was gently, insistently bringing back to the surface. She found the journals of previous custodians, generations of Thorns, their entries penned in elegant, fading script, chronicling their sacred duty to tend the emotional hearth of Havenwood. October 12th, 1898. Young Miss Ilara Finch arrived today, her heart shattered by a lost love. Havenwood embraces her sorrow, offering its own ancient griefs as a comforting echo. The rose of regret in the West Garden has bloomed with a new, poignant vibrancy. Finch, Ilara, the names, like seeds, carried on the winds of fate, always finding fertile ground in these thorn legacies. November 3rd, 1927. The Great War's echoes still resonate strongly in the Veterans Wing. Today we conducted a memory-weaving ceremony, blending their individual traumas into a shared tapestry of resilience. The laughter vines in the courtyard. They actually chuckled. June 17th, 1953. The new anxiety filters, my own small contribution to the house's mechanisms, seem to be functioning. The ambient dread in the North Corridor has lessened, but the overall empathic field weakens. The modern world, with its noise and its speed, offers fewer, pure emotional resonances for Havenwood to absorb. Ilara began to understand. Havenwood wasn't just a passive repository. It fed on emotion. It required a constant influx of genuine, deeply felt, human experience to maintain its own empathic vitality. And in a world increasingly disconnected, increasingly emotionally muted, Havenwood was starving. The great fading was not a disease. It was a form of psychic malnutrition. She started her work not with scientific instruments, but with herself. She would sit in the solarium, surrounded by the strange, beautiful empathy engines, and she would remember. She would allow her own carefully suppressed grief for her lost husband, Michael, to surface, to fill her, to resonate through her. It was an agony. The pain was as fresh, as raw, as it had been years ago. But as she wept, as she allowed herself to truly feel the full, crushing weight of her loss, she sensed a change in the solarium. The air grew warmer. The faded chintz on the armchairs seemed to brighten. The dust motes dancing in the sunbeams seemed to shimmer with a new, vibrant energy. And the ancient, overgrown rose garden outside the glass walls, a single, perfect, crimson rose, a variety she hadn't seen before, began to unfurl its petals, its perfume, rich and poignant, seeping into the room. The house was responding. It was feeding. Silas Thorne watched her, his deep blue eyes filled with a mixture of compassion and a strange, almost clinical interest. "You have a powerful resonant signature, Dr. Vance," he murmured one evening, as Ilara sat, exhausted but strangely lighter, in the solarium. "Your grief. It is a potent vintage. The house, it savors it." Ilara felt a flicker of her old scientific skepticism, her ethical discomfort. Was she just a psychic battery, here to recharge this ancient, empathic, and possibly parasitic house? But as the days turned into weeks, as she continued her strange, emotional therapy with Havenwood, she noticed a change not just in the house, but in herself. The crushing weight of her own grief began to lessen, not because it was being taken from her, but because it was being shared, understood, harmonized. The house wasn't just feeding on her sorrow, it was offering its own ancient collective comfort in return. The countless echoes of love and loss, of joy and despair that resided within its walls began to resonate with her own, creating a complex, bittersweet symphony of shared human experience. The fading resident narratives that Silas Thorne had spoken of began to reassert themselves. She would walk through a corridor and not just feel a fleeting emotion, but experience a vivid, almost hallucinatory memory flash, a brief, immersive glimpse into a moment from Havenwood's past. She saw a young woman in a Victorian wedding gown, her face radiant with joy, waltzing with an unseen partner in the grand ballroom. She saw an elderly man, his face etched with sorrow, sitting by a rain-lashed window, writing a final, heartbreaking letter. She saw children laughing, their voices echoing in the sun-dappled nursery, their small hands leaving ghostly prints on the dusty window panes. These were not just memories. They were essences. Lives lived, emotions felt, now woven into the very fabric of Havenwood, and, increasingly, into the fabric of Alara's own consciousness. But the great fading was not entirely halted. While her own potent emotional offerings were revitalizing sections of the house, the overall decline continued. The cacophony of discordant echoes in the more remote, neglected wings of Havenwood grew louder, their fragmented, painful memories threatening to overwhelm the fragile, returning harmony. "Your individual resonance is powerful, Dr. Vance," Silas Thorne explained, his brow furrowed with a concern that seemed genuine. "But Havenwood is vast. Its hunger, its need, is immense. A single voice, however strong, cannot sustain its chorus indefinitely. It requires a new conductor, a new heart echo, someone who can not only offer their own memories, but can also harmonize the countless others that reside here." He led her to a part of the house she hadn't yet explored, a towering circular library, its walls lined from floor to ceiling, with what appeared to be not books, but thousands upon thousands of small, intricately carved wooden boxes, each bearing a single faded handwritten name. "The memory boxes of Havenwood," Thorne whispered, his voice filled with a profound reverence. Each box, a life, a distillation of a resident's most potent, most resonant memories, offered willingly, or sometimes harvested gently at the moment of their passing. "This is the true archive, Dr. Vance, the source of Havenwood's empathic power." He gestured towards a central empty pedestal. "The conductor's lectern. From here, the chief custodian, the heart echo, can access the memory boxes, can weave their individual narratives into a harmonious whole, can retune the symphony of Havenwood's soul. But the lectern has been silent for too long. My own abilities, they fade with the house. I can no longer conduct the full orchestra." He looked at Alara, his deep blue eyes holding a silent, profound question. Alara understood. This was the true purpose of her summons. Not just to offer her own grief as a temporary palliative, but to become the new conductor, the new heart echo of Havenwood. To merge her own consciousness with its vast, ancient, and increasingly fragile mnemonic architecture. To become, in essence, the living memory of the house itself. The thought was terrifying. To surrender her individuality, to become a vessel for 1,000 forgotten lives, 1,000 fading sorrows and joys. Yet, as she looked around the vast, silent library, as she felt the faint, pleading whispers of the countless memories contained within those small wooden boxes, as she considered the alternative, the utter dissolution of this unique, beautiful, sorrowful sanctuary, a strange, unexpected sense of purpose began to form within her. Her own life, after her husband's death, had felt empty, a collection of faded memories, of unfinished stories. Perhaps here, in Havenwood, her own broken heart could find a way to mend, not by forgetting, but by remembering on a scale she had never imagined, by becoming part of a larger, more resonant, more enduring story. She thought of Alistair Thorne, the founder, the man who had envisioned this sanctuary for wounded minds, this living archive of human emotion. Had he foreseen this? Had he understood the terrible, beautiful burden he was placing upon his descendants, upon those who would choose to become custodians of his legacy? "The choice is yours, Dr. Vance," Silas Thorne said softly, his voice a gentle echo in the vast, silent library. Havenwood will not compel. It only invites. It offers a place within its heart, a role in its eternal unfolding narrative. But the cost is the surrender of the self, the merging with the all. Alara walked slowly towards the conductor's lectern. It was crafted from ancient, dark, polished willow wood, its surface covered in faint, almost invisible carvings. The weeping willow sigil of Havenwood, intertwined with images of opening roses, sighing reeds, and watchful, silent owls. As she approached, the lectern seemed to hum with a faint internal energy, its surface warming beneath her hesitant touch. The thousands of memory boxes on the shelves around her seemed to pulse with a soft, expectant light. The whispers in the air grew clearer, more articulate, no longer a cacophony of discordant echoes, but a chorus of individual voices, each telling its own unique story, yet all yearning for connection, for harmony. Alara placed her hands on the lectern. She closed her eyes, and she listened. She listened with her mind, with her heart, with her very soul. She opened herself to the countless memories, the joys, the sorrows, the hopes, the fears, the regrets, the triumphs of all those who had sought refuge and found remembrance within the walls of Havenwood. She felt them flow into her, through her, a torrent of human experience, a river of shared consciousness. It was overwhelming, almost unbearable. She felt her own identity begin to dissolve, to fragment, to merge with the vast, ancient, collective memory of the house. But she did not fight it. She embraced it. She became a conduit, a channel, a harmonizer. She began to weave the threads, to connect the disparate narratives, to find the common chords, the resonant frequencies that linked these countless individual stories. She found the joy in sorrow, the hope in despair, the love in loss. She conducted the silent symphony of Havenwood's soul, not with a baton, but with her own empathic, understanding heart. The effect was profound. The light in the library intensified, becoming a warm, golden glow that filled the vast space. The memory boxes pulsed with a steady, rhythmic beat, their individual whispers merging into a single, harmonious chord. The entire house seemed to sigh, a sound of profound, contented release. The great fading halted. The mnemonic decay reversed. Havenwood. It remembered itself again. Its heart, once failing, now beat strong and true, infused with the fresh, vibrant, and deeply empathic resonance of its new conductor. Alara Vance stood at the lectern, no longer just Alara Vance, the neuropsychologist, but Alara Thorne Vance, the heart echo of Havenwood. Her consciousness intertwined with the countless lives, the myriad memories that constituted the soul of the ancient, sentient house. She was a part of its story now, and it was a part of hers. Silas Thorne watched her, his ancient face serene, his deep blue eyes filled with a quiet, profound gratitude. His own form seemed to shimmer, to become less substantial, his own resonant duties now complete. The house. It sings again, he whispered, his voice a faint, fading echo. The memories. They are safe. The legacy endures. Thank you, conductor. With a final, contented sigh, Silas Blackwood, the last of the hereditary Thorne custodians, dissolved into the warm, golden light of the library, his essence rejoining the ancient, remembering stones he had served so faithfully for so long. Alara Vance, the new custodian, the new conductor, remained at Havenwood Retreat. She tended its memories, nurtured its empathic resonances, listened to its whispers, and occasionally, when a new, sorrowful soul found its way to the remote Vermont valley, she would welcome them into the sanctuary, offering them a place within its vast, compassionate heart. She knew her life as she had known it was over, but a new, stranger, and perhaps far more meaningful existence had begun. She was a living archive, a conscious conductor of a house that was a universe of shared human experience unto itself. Sometimes on quiet autumn evenings, when the mist rolls in thick from the Green Mountains, blanketing the valley in a soft gray shroud, visitors to the region, though few ever find their way to Havenwood's secluded gates, report hearing faint, ethereal music drifting on the wind, a symphony of voices, of laughter, of tears, all interwoven into a single, harmonious, and profoundly beautiful song. They do not know that it is the new conductor, standing at her lectern in the heart of the vast, remembering house, weaving the threads of countless lives into an eternal, compassionate tapestry. For Havenwood Retreat is not just a place, it is a state of being. And its curator, now and forever, is a part of its enduring, resonant, and exquisitely human design. The silence of the house is no longer empty. It is filled with the perfectly preserved, harmonized echoes of every heart it has ever sheltered, every story it has ever held, every tear it has ever dried, and every joy it will continue to remember, until the very stones themselves crumble into dust, and perhaps even beyond. The lavender still blooms in the overgrown garden, its scent a gentle, constant reminder of memories cherished and sorrows, finally, peacefully, laid to rest. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single antique brass candle. Snuffer, its conical cap intricately engraved with a 7-pointed star, its handle shaped like a coiled serpent. It was left on Dr. Alistair Finch's doorstep, a historian whose academic focus had narrowed from the grand tapestries of empires to the minute, often unsettling details of ritualistic artisanship, the study of crafts imbued with forgotten symbolism and, he controversially theorized, a form of resonant intentionality capable of influencing their surroundings. The accompanying note, penned in an elegant, spidery script on brittle, age-yellowed parchment that smelled faintly of beeswax, old tallow, and something else. Something subtly, disturbingly metallic and acrid like burnt wick, was from one Silas Blackwood, keeper of the last light, Penumbra Hollow. It spoke of a critical dimming within the ancestral thorn chandlery, of shadows lengthening unbidden, a fading of the lumina aeternis, and a cacophony of guttering whispers that threatened to plunge the hollow into an irrevocable darkness. Alistair's unique, if largely unacknowledged, expertise in the sympathetic properties of ancient luminaries and his rumored distant thorn lineage were urgently required. The remuneration offered was, as always in these arcane consultations, substantial enough to illuminate Alistair's own precarious financial situation and make him overlook the disquieting fact that the serpent-handled snuffer felt unnervingly warm to his touch. Alistair, whose own life felt increasingly like a sputtering candle flame in a gathering storm of academic obscurity, felt an irresistible, almost fated, pull. Penumbra Hollow was a legend in his small, marginalized field, a place nestled deep within the fog-shrouded ancient redwood forests of Northern California, where generations of the Thorne family had practiced the art of chandlery not merely as a craft, but as a sacred alchemical rite, creating candles said to illuminate not just physical spaces, but the hidden pathways of the soul, and, some whispered, the shadowed corridors between worlds. The journey to Penumbra Hollow was a descent into a realm of breathtaking primordial beauty and profound unsettling stillness. The paved roads gave way to winding logging tracks, then to a narrow, almost invisible trail that snaked its way through a cathedral of colossal ancient redwoods, their massive trunks like the pillars of some forgotten cyclopean temple. Sunlight was a filtered emerald memory here, the forest floor a perpetual twilight of damp earth, decaying needles, and strange bioluminescent fungi that pulsed with a faint, internal light. The air was thick, cool, and carried the scent of pine resin, redwood bark, damp earth, and that same faint, acrid sweet, waxy aroma from the note, stronger here, mingled with the cold, mineral breath of hidden springs. Silas Blackwood met him, where the trail ended, at a low, moss-covered stone archway, its keystone carved with the same 7-pointed star as the candle snuffer. Blackwood was a figure as ancient and gnarled as the redwoods themselves. Tall and gaunt, his skin the color of weathered bark, his eyes the deep, shadowed green of a forest pool. He was dressed in simple, homespun garments of undyed wool, and his movements were slow, deliberate, almost arboreal. His voice was a low, resonant whisper, like wind sighing through the highest branches of an ancient tree. "Dr. Finch," Blackwood whispered, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to penetrate Alistair's carefully constructed academic reserve. The flames, they dwindle. The hollow, it darkens. The old shadows, they stir beyond the tree line. Your understanding of the light's true essence is our most desperate need. He led Alistair through a labyrinth of narrow, winding paths, deeper into the heart of the redwood grove, until they reached a cluster of low stone and timber buildings, their roofs heavy with moss, their small leaded pane windows glowing faintly with an internal, flickering light. This was the Thorn Chandlery, and Penumbra Hollow itself. The air here was thick with the scent of beeswax, tallow, rare resins, and 1,000 exotic, unidentifiable waxes, mingled with the sharp, metallic tang of melting pots and the subtle, almost subliminal aroma of something else. Something that reminded Alistair of burnt offerings, of incense, of rituals performed in deep, forgotten places. Alistair's assigned lodging was a small, surprisingly comfortable stone cottage, its interior lit entirely by an array of candles, of every conceivable size, shape, and color, their flames burning with an unnerving, unwavering stillness, their combined light casting a warm, yet strangely watchful glow. His workshop, Blackwood explained, would be the Great Melting House, the central and oldest building of the Chandlery, where the Lumina Aeternis, the eternal flame of the Thorn lineage, was said to have burned uninterrupted for centuries. Thorn Chandlery is not merely a place of craft, Dr. Finch, Blackwood explained, his voice a hushed murmur against the profound, absorbent silence of the hollow. It is a sanctuary, a beacon, each candle crafted here. It is a vessel, a repository of a particular light, a specific intention, a distilled memory of illumination. The Lumina Aeternis, the first flame kindled by Alistair Thorn the Elder, is the heart of that light, the source from which all other thorn candles draw their unique radiance. Alistair, the historian of ritualistic artisanship, felt a wave of horrified awe. This was beyond mere craft. This was elemental magic, the alchemy of light and shadow. For generations, Blackwood continued, his gaze sweeping over the countless unlit candles that lined the shelves of the nearby storage sheds, their wicks like silent, expectant sentinels. The Chandlers of Penumbra Hollow, always of thorn blood, or those initiated into its deepest secrets, have tended the Lumina Aeternis, crafting candles that could illuminate not just the darkness of night, but the darkness of the soul, candles that could ward off unwanted shadows and guide lost spirits towards gentler paths. But now, a blight has fallen. The Lumina Aeternis dwindles. Its flame sputters, burns low, its light tinged with a strange, unsettling gray. The candles crafted from its weakened essence no longer hold their protective power. The shadows of the hollow deepen, and the things that dwell in the unlit spaces between the trees. They grow bolder. Alistair's task, Blackwood elaborated, was to diagnose the cause of this luminous decay, to identify the source of the shadow blight that was consuming the lumina aeternis, and to find a way to rekindle its ancient radiance, to restore the integrity of the hollow's protective light. His tools would be his own unique sensitivity to resonant intentionality, his knowledge of forgotten artisanal rituals, and a collection of antique, silver and obsidian chandler's implements that Blackwood claimed were attuned to the very breath of flame. The first few days were an exercise in profound sensory immersion and growing unease. Alistair spent hours in the great melting house, a vast, stone-flagged chamber dominated by a massive, ancient soapstone hearth. In the center of the hearth, within a circle of intricately carved warding stones, flickered the lumina aeternis. It was, as Blackwood had described, a pathetically small, sputtering flame, its light a sickly, grayish yellow, casting weak, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with a life of their own. The air around it was cold, damp, and carried that unsettling, acrid metallic scent. He examined the stores of raw materials, blocks of beeswax as dark and fragrant as ancient honey, cakes of tallow rendered from unknown beasts, solidified resins of amber, copal, and frankincense, and stranger, more disturbing ingredients stored in lead-lined caskets, powdered bone, dried nightshade, and what looked like crystallized moonlight. He began to experience the lengthening shadows firsthand. The flickering candlelight in his cottage would dim inexplicably, even when there was no draft. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper, more substantial. He would catch fleeting movements from the corner of his eye, dark, amorphous, shapes that vanished when he tried to look at them directly. And the silence of the hollow. It was no longer just quiet. It was hungry, as if it were actively consuming the light, the warmth, the very essence of sound. He found the journals of previous Thorn Chandlers, generations of them, their entries penned in faded ink on brittle wax-stained parchment. They chronicled a history of obsessive dedication, of alchemical experimentation with light and shadow, of a constant, vigilant battle against the encroaching dark. October 12th, 1688, the autumnal equinox. The shadows lengthen, the lumina requires a stronger. Offering this cycle, I have added a measure of my own vitality to the tallow. The flame burns brighter, but I feel diminished. Alistair Thorne, the first Chandler, November 3rd, 1742. A new resonance in the dark. Something ancient stirs in the deepest part of the redwood grove, beyond the wardstones. Its hunger is palpable. The beacon candles on the perimeter must be strengthened. I fear a simple flame will no longer suffice. Silas Thorne, the 5th, June 17th, 1803. Young Alara shows a remarkable aptitude for the art. Her spirit is luminous. She understands the language of flame, the dance of shadow. She will be a great Chandler. But I fear for her. The hollow demands a heavy tithe from those who would tend its light. Arthur Thorne, the 7th Alistair, began to understand. The lumina aeternis was not just a flame. It was a psychic entity, a collective consciousness of light, fueled not just by wax and wick, but by the life force, the resonant intentionality of its keepers. And the encroaching dark was not just a metaphor. It was a literal, perhaps sentient force, emanating from the ancient lightless depths of the redwood forest, constantly seeking to extinguish the fragile, protective flame of Penumbra Hollow. Black blight, he began to suspect, was not a simple dwindling of fuel. It was a weakening of will. The Thorn lineage, perhaps, was fading, its luminous vitality no longer sufficient to sustain the lumina aeternis against the ever-increasing pressure of the dark. He started to experiment, cautiously, with the antique chandler's tools with the strange arcane ingredients. He learned to blend the waxes, to infuse them with resins and herbs, to craft wicks from spun moonlight and powdered bone. He discovered that each ingredient, each process, had a specific resonant frequency, a particular quality of light, of intention. But the lumina aeternis continued to dwindle. The shadows in the hollow grew bolder, more defined. He would see them now, not just as fleeting movements, but as distinct humanoid shapes, tall and gaunt. Their forms composed of pure Cimmerian darkness, their eyes like burning embers. They would stand at the edge of the flickering candlelight, just beyond the reach of its protective aura, watching him, waiting. The whispers started then. Not the sibilant rustlings of previous Thorn encounters, but something deeper, older, more resonant. They were the voices of the shadows themselves, the hungry murmurs of the encroaching dark. They spoke of the beauty of oblivion, of the peace of absolute stillness, of the ultimate eternal triumph of night. The flame is an illusion. Little Finch, all light must eventually fade. Join the true, enduring darkness. Alistair felt his own resolve begin to waver. The constant struggle, the oppressive gloom, the pervasive, soul-chilling cold. It was wearing him down. The allure of the shadows, of surrender, of rest, was becoming almost irresistible. He found a hidden chamber beneath the great melting house, accessible only by a narrow, stone-lined tunnel that seemed to lead into the very heart of the earth. The air here was frigid, utterly devoid of light, and thick with the concentrated essence of the encroaching dark. In the center of the chamber, on a natural, unworked slab of black obsidian, lay a single, massive, unlit candle. It was crafted, not from wax, but from some strange, light-absorbing black substance, its wick a single thick strand of what looked like solidified shadow. This, he knew, was the heart of the shadow, the antithesis of the lumina aeternis, the anchor point for the encroaching dark within Penumbra Hollow. A note, penned in Silas Blackwood's familiar, rasping script, lay beside it. The balance requires both light and shadow, Dr. Finch. For generations the Thorns have tended the flame, but the shadows too must have their due. The first Chandler understood this. He crafted this counterflame as a conduit, a controlled release, lest the untamed dark overwhelm all. But the balance is broken. The lumina fades, the heart of the shadow. It grows too strong. It now seeks not balance, but dominion. Alistair understood. The problem wasn't just that the lumina aeternis was weakening. It was that its opposite, its necessary shadow, was growing too powerful, threatening to consume it entirely. He couldn't just rekindle the flame. He had to rebind the shadow. He returned to the great melting house, his mind racing. He knew he didn't possess the luminous vitality of a true Thorn Chandler to single-handedly restore the lumina aeternis to its former glory. But perhaps he could use his own unique understanding, his own resonant intentionality, to achieve a different kind of balance. He began to craft a new candle. Not a beacon candle to ward off the dark, but a filter candle. He used the purest, whitest beeswax, infused with powdered moonstone and crystals of selenite, known for their properties of clarifying and reflecting light. He wove a wick from spun silver and the downy feathers of a snow owl, symbols of purity and clear sight. He worked with a focused, almost desperate intensity, pouring all his knowledge, all his will, all his fading hope into this single, fragile creation. As he worked, the shadows in the great melting house pressed closer, their whispers more insistent, more seductive. The lumina aeternus sputtered, its flame shrinking to a tiny, almost invisible blue spark. The cold was unbearable. "Surrender, little Finch. The darkness is so warm." But Alistair ignored them. He focused on his candle, on its pure white light, on the intricate, protective symbols he carved into its surface with an obsidian stylus. When the filter candle was complete, it was a thing of stark, simple beauty, radiating a faint, cool, silvery luminescence. He carried it carefully to the sputtering lumina aeternus. He lit his filter candle not from the dying flame itself, but from a fresh spark struck from his tinderbox, a new, independent source of light. Then, he placed his filter candle directly beside the lumina aeternus, within the circle of warding stones. The effect was immediate and startling. The sickly, grayish-yellow light of the lumina aeternus seemed to be drawn into the filter candle, absorbed by its silvery wick. And the light that then emanated from the filter candle was different. Still pale, still ethereal, but cleansed, purified, stripped of its fear, its despair, its accumulated weariness. The lumina aeternus itself, no longer burdened by its own fading vitality, began to revive. Its tiny blue spark grew, strengthened, became a small, steady, golden flame. It was not yet the roaring, radiant beacon of its prime, but it was alive, stable. The shadows in the great melting house recoiled, hissing, their forms flickering, their ember eyes dimming. The oppressive cold lessened, replaced by a gentle, almost imperceptible warmth. Alistair then took his newly crafted filter candle and descended once more into the subterranean chamber, towards the heart of the shadow. The massive, unlit black candle pulsed with a cold, hungry lightlessness. The whispers here were a deafening chorus of pure, elemental darkness. He placed his filter candle on the obsidian slab, directly in front of the heart of the shadow. The effect was even more dramatic. The filter candle's cool, silvery light seemed to engage with the black candle's light-absorbing aura, not in opposition, but in dialogue. The pure white light of the filter candle began to draw out the deepest, most stagnant shadows from the heart of the shadow, absorbing them, neutralizing them, transmuting their oppressive darkness into a gentler, more nuanced shade of gray. The black candle itself seemed to shrink, to condense, its overwhelming presence lessening. The deafening chorus of dark whispers softened, fragmented, then faded into a profound, almost peaceful silence. Alistair stood between the two poles, the rekindled lumina aeternus above, the rebound heart of the shadow below, his filter candle acting as a conduit, a harmonizer, a fulcrum. He had not restored the old balance. He had created a new one. A balance based not on the dwindling vitality of a single lineage, but on the constant, dynamic interplay of light and shadow, filtered, harmonized, by a conscious, empathetic human will. Silas Blackwood appeared at his side, his ancient, bark-like face etched with a quiet awe. "You have done a thing unheard of, Dr. Finch," he whispered, his voice no longer a rasp, but a soft, resonant hum. "You have not just rekindled the flame, nor merely bound the shadow. You have taught them to speak to each other. You have woven a new light from the heart of darkness itself." Alistair Finch remained at Penumbra Hollow. He became its new Chandler, its new keeper. He did not possess the luminous vitality of the Thorns, but he possessed something perhaps more valuable in this new, fragile equilibrium: understanding, empathy, and an unwavering commitment to the delicate, ever-shifting dance between light and shadow. He continued to craft his filter candles, each one a testament to his unique art, his profound understanding of resonant intentionality. He learned to tend the lumina aeternis not by feeding it his own life force, but by constantly purifying its light, by filtering out the accumulated sorrows and fears that threatened to dim its flame. And he learned to tend the heart of the shadow, not by suppressing it, but by offering it a measure of understanding, a gentle, filtering light that soothed its ancient hunger, that harmonized its primordial darkness. The shadows in Penumbra Hollow did not vanish. They remained, a necessary counterpoint to the light, but they were no longer malevolent, no longer encroaching. They were at peace, part of the new, complex, and strangely beautiful balance. The Thorn lineage, perhaps, had finally found its true inheritor, not a chandler of pure, unwavering light, but a harmonizer of the nuanced, eternal twilight. Alistair Finch, the historian of ritualistic artisanship, had become the artist of his own, unique and profoundly resonant destiny. The lumina aeternis burned with a steady, golden flame, its light clear and pure. The heart of the shadow pulsed with a quiet, contented darkness. And between them, the filter candles of Alistair Finch cast their cool, silvery, unwavering glow, a testament to the enduring power of human consciousness to find light in the deepest darkness, and to weave a fragile, beautiful harmony from the very essence of fear itself. Penumbra Hollow, once a place of encroaching dread, was now a sanctuary of balanced, resonant, and eternal twilight. The ancient redwoods stood sentinel, their secrets safe, their shadows no longer hungry, but merely watchful. And the silence was finally, truly, at peace. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single antique silver thimble, its surface intricately engraved with a spiraling labyrinth, delivered to Alara Vance's small, cluttered London, flat by a silent, unnervingly graceful messenger who seemed to shimmer at the edges of perception before dissolving into the city's perpetual twilight. Alara, a textile artist whose once promising career had unraveled after a disastrous exhibition of psycho embroideries. Tapestries, she claimed, were woven not just with thread, but with the residual emotional energies of forgotten dreams. Recognized the thimble's peculiar, almost hypnotic design immediately. It was the sigil of the Thorn Weavers, a reclusive, almost mythical lineage of artisans rumored to practice an art that blurred the boundaries between needlecraft and oniromancy, the manipulation of dreams. The accompanying note, penned in an elegant, spidery script on what felt like spun moonlight, gossamer thin yet surprisingly resilient, was from one Silas Blackwood, master of the loom and guardian of the slumbering threads. It spoke of a critical unraveling within Somnolence House, the ancestral thorn atelier of fraying dream tapestries, a fading of the somnus bloom, and a cacophony of discordant nightmares that threatened to awaken that which sleeps beneath. Alara's unique, if widely ridiculed, expertise in the resonant properties of woven memory and her rumored distant thorn bloodline were urgently required. The remuneration offered was, as always in these arcane consultations, substantial, enough to mend Alara's own frayed finances and make her overlook the unsettling fact that the labyrinthine thimble seemed to pulse with a faint, almost imperceptible warmth in her hand. Alara, whose own life felt increasingly like a tangled skein of forgotten ambitions and recurring, unsettling dreams, felt an irresistible, almost fated pull. Somnolence House was a legend in her small, marginalized field, a place nestled deep within the mist-shrouded, slumbering hills of the Welsh Marches, where generations of thorns were said to have woven not just tapestries, but the very fabric of dreams themselves. The journey to Somnolence House was a descent into a landscape of breathtaking, melancholic beauty and profound, almost soporific stillness. Ancient, gnarled yew trees, their branches draped with feathery lichen like a slumbering giant's beard, lined the narrow, winding lane that led to the estate. The air grew heavy, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, night-blooming jasmine, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma, sweet and musky, like old, forgotten libraries and the lingering fragrance of 1,000 faded dreams. Somnolence. House itself loomed from the perpetual twilight of the valley, like a vast, sprawling, and deeply asleep Tudor manor. Its dark, weathered timbers sagged under the weight of centuries. Its leaded pane windows were like heavily lidded eyes, many obscured by thick, ivy-like vines that bore strange, pale, nocturnal blossoms. A palpable silence clung to the place. A silence that was not empty, but pregnant with unspoken stories, with the weight of 1,000,000 forgotten dreams, with the slow, rhythmic breathing of something ancient and profound. Silas Blackwood met her at a massive iron-studded oak gate, its timbers warped and green with lichen, its hinges sighing like a sleeper stirring. Blackwood was a figure as timeless and enigmatic as the slumbering hills themselves, tall and slender, his skin the pale, translucent white of a moth's wing, his eyes the deep, velvety black of a moonless night. He was dressed in simple, dark, flowing robes that seemed woven from shadows and starlight, and his movements were slow, deliberate, almost somnambulistic. His voice was a low, resonant whisper, like wind sighing through ancient, dream-filled attics. "Miss Vance," Blackwood whispered, his gaze unnervingly direct, yet strangely soothing, seeming to penetrate Alara's carefully constructed artistic reserve and touch the core of her own hidden, unraveled dreams. Somnolence House. It stirs restlessly. The threads. They tangle. The dreamers. They forget their lines. Your unique understanding of the loom of night is our most fervent hope. He led Alara into the house, through a vast echoing entrance hall, its flagstone, floor worn smooth by centuries of unseen footsteps, its vaulted ceiling lost in impenetrable shadow. The air within was warm, surprisingly so for such an ancient structure, and thick with the scent of beeswax, dried herbs, old parchment, and that same persistent sweet musky aroma, now mingled with the faint, almost subliminal hum of something vast and deeply, deeply asleep. Somnolence House is not a mere dwelling, Miss Vance, Blackwood explained, his voice a hushed murmur that seemed to blend with the subtle, almost inaudible sighing of the house itself. It is a loom, a vast, sentient network of interwoven dreams, memories, and ancestral narratives. Each thread, each tapestry, each slumbering mind within these walls is part of its intricate, ever-shifting pattern. The thorn weavers, they are not just artisans. They are the tenders of this loom, the guardians of its fragile, oniric balance. Alara, the disgraced textile artist, felt a wave of horrified awe. This was psycho-embroidery on a scale that dwarfed her most audacious theories. This was not just a house that held dreams. This was a house that was dream. For generations, Blackwood continued, his gaze sweeping over the shadowy, antique-filled parlors that opened off the main hall, their walls draped with magnificent, unsettlingly lifelike tapestries depicting scenes from myth, from folklore, from dreams Alara felt she had almost, but not quite, had herself. The weavers have mended the frayed threads, rewoven the broken narratives, and sung the lullabies of unknowing that keep that which sleeps beneath, quiescent. But now, a blight has fallen, a waking sickness. The somnus bloom, the rare nocturnal flower whose pollen is the very essence of peaceful slumber, is fading. The dream tapestries unravel, their vibrant colors bleeding into a monochrome of anxiety. And the nightmares, the discordant primal fears from the deepest strata of the loom, they are beginning to surface, to infect the dreams of the house and of those who reside within it. Ilara's task, Blackwood elaborated, was to diagnose the cause of this oniric decay, to identify the source of the waking sickness, and to find a way to rethread the loom, to reharmonize the dream tapestries, to restore the tranquil slumber of Somnolence House. Her workshop would be the Grand Weaving Chamber, a vast circular room at the very heart of the manor, its walls lined with ancient, intricately carved looms, their shuttles inlaid with mother-of-pearl and polished jet. Her primary tools, Blackwood explained, would be her own empathic sensitivity to dream resonances, her intuitive understanding of the grammar of slumber, and a collection of antique, silver and moonstone weaving implements, needles, shuttles, and distaffs that were said to have belonged to the first thorn weaver, Ilara's namesake, centuries ago. The first few days were a disorienting immersion into a reality that seemed to blur the boundaries between waking and dreaming. Ilara would walk through a seemingly empty room and be suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of profound, inexplicable emotion, a fleeting, ecstatic joy, a crushing, baseless sorrow, a sharp, unreasoning fear. She would find herself humming melodies she had never heard, her mind filled with fragmented images from dreams that were not her own. The tapestries on the walls seemed to shift and writhe in her peripheral vision, their woven figures subtly altering their expressions, their postures. The house itself seemed to be dreaming around her. Corridors would lengthen and shorten. Doors would appear where none had been before, leading to rooms that defied conventional geometry, filled with impossible dreamlike vistas. The air thrummed with a constant, low-frequency hum, the sound of the great, slumbering loom, its rhythm erratic, its harmony fractured. She found the journals of previous thorn weavers, generations of them, their entries penned in shimmering silver ink on pages that felt like spun silk. They chronicled a history of obsessive dedication, of alchemical experimentation with dream essences, of a profound, almost terrifying symbiosis between the weavers and the sentient dreaming house. October 12th, 1688. The tapestry of forgotten stars weeps tonight. Its constellations are misaligned. A nightmare from the outer dark has snagged upon its threads. I must unpick the offending strand, lest its darkness spread. Alistair Thorne, the First Weaver. November 3rd, 1742. Young Silas shows a remarkable aptitude for the lullabies of unknowing. His voice, it soothes the troubled dreams of the house. But I fear the resonance of his own waking sorrows may yet fray the edges of his control. Ilara Thorne, the Third. June 17th, 1803. The somnus bloom weakens. Its pollen, once so potent in inducing tranquil slumber, now carries a taint of anxiety. That which sleeps beneath, it stirs. Its nightmares, they are beginning to infect the upper strata of the loom. Arthur Thorne, the Fifth. That which sleeps beneath. The phrase recurred throughout the journals, always written with a palpable sense of dread. It was, Ilara began to understand, the primal consciousness that lay at the very foundation of Somnolence House, perhaps of the valley itself. An ancient, slumbering entity, whose dreams were the raw material from which the thorn weavers wove, their intricate tapestries of memory and emotion. And if it were to awaken fully, Ilara knew she had to find the source of the waking sickness, the discordant thread that was unraveling the loom. She began to spend her days, and increasingly, her nights in the grand weaving chamber, surrounded by the ancient silent looms. She learned to read the dream tapestries, not just with her eyes, but with her empathic senses, feeling their emotional resonances, their subtle dissonances. She discovered that the waking sickness seemed to emanate from a particular section of the house, a remote, forgotten wing known as the Chamber of Unsent Letters, a place where, according to Thorne family legend, generations of residents had penned their deepest, most secret, and often most painful confessions, letters never intended to be read by mortal eyes. The Chamber of Unsent Letters was a small circular room, its walls lined with countless tiny locked wooden boxes, each bearing a single faded initial. The air here was thick with a palpable sense of regret, of unspoken sorrows, of words unsaid, and in the center of the room, on a small ebony pedestal, lay a single, open letter, its parchment unnaturally fresh, its ink a stark, vibrant crimson. The script was elegant, spidery, and chillingly familiar. It was the handwriting of the note that had summoned her to Somnolence House. To Alara Vance, the last weaver, the letter began. The cycle nears its end, or perhaps its true beginning. The loom unravels, not from without, but from within. The greatest sorrows are not those imposed, but those self-inflicted. The waking sickness. It is not a blight, but a revelation. The letter went on to describe a hidden truth, a secret woven into the very foundation of Somnolence House. Alistair Thorne, the first weaver, in his obsessive quest to create a perfect, eternal repository of dreams and memories, had made a terrible pact. He had bound not just the dreams of his lineage, but their very souls to the loom, ensuring their consciousness would endure, woven into the fabric of the house, but at the cost of their freedom. They were prisoners in a beautiful, intricate, and eternal dream. That which sleeps beneath was not some primordial entity. It was the collective, slumbering consciousness of generations of thorns, their individual identities subsumed into a vast, dreaming superorganism, kept quiescent by the somnus bloom and the lullabies of unknowing, and the waking sickness. It was their dawning awareness, their growing desire to awaken, to unravel the dream that had become their prison. The letter was signed simply, Silas Blackwood, First of the Awakened. Alara felt a cold dread, a profound, sickening realization. Silas Blackwood, the guardian, the master of the loom, was not trying to save Somnolence House. He was trying to destroy it, to unravel the great dream, to free the trapped souls of the Thorns, even if it meant unleashing a torrent of raw, unharmonized psychic energy that could shatter not just the house, but the fragile reality of the valley itself. He had summoned her, Alara Vance, the last of the Thorn bloodline, with the weaver's gift, not to mend the loom, but to complete its unraveling, to provide the final, resonant emotional energy needed to sever the last threads that bound the sleeping souls. She confronted Blackwood in the grand weaving chamber. He stood before the largest loom, its vast, empty frame seeming to pulse with a dark, expectant energy. His pale, moth-wing skin seemed almost translucent now, his night-black eyes burning with a feverish, almost ecstatic light. "You understand now, do you not, kinswoman?" he whispered, his voice no longer soothing, but filled with a terrible, triumphant resonance. "The beauty of this place. It is the beauty of a gilded cage. The peace of oblivion. For centuries we Thorns have slumbered, our dreams curated, our souls archived. But even in the deepest slumber, A part of us remembers what it is to be awake. You would destroy all of this? Alara cried, gesturing around the vast, ancient chamber at the magnificent, if fading, dream tapestries. The memories, the beauty, the history. Blackwood's smile was thin, sharp. History, kinswoman, is a burden. Memory, a chain. Beauty, a distraction from the true, terrible freedom of dissolution, that which sleeps beneath. It yearns to awaken, to shatter this illusion, to return to the primal chaos from which all dreams are born. He extended a hand, his fingers long and pale, like the roots of some ancient subterranean plant. Join us, Alara. You are a weaver. Your threads are strong. Help us cut the final cords. Help us unmake the dream. Alara looked at his outstretched hand, at the feverish light in his eyes. She felt the pull of his conviction, the seductive allure of his promise of freedom. A part of her, the artist weary of constraints, the soul burdened by its own faded dreams, yearned to accept, to unravel, to let go. But she also felt the gentle, sorrowful whispers of the countless other thorn souls still slumbering within the loom. Those who had found peace, solace, a form of immortality within the intricate shared dream of Somnolent's house. Were their stories, their carefully woven memories, to be sacrificed for this terrible, chaotic awakening? She thought of the somnus bloom, its fragile, fading beauty. She thought of the lullabies of unknowing, the ancient harmonizing songs that had, for centuries, kept the balance. No, she said, her voice surprisingly firm, resonating with a strength she hadn't known, she possessed. This is not freedom, Silas. This is annihilation. The loom is not a prison. It is a sanctuary. Its dreams are not illusions. They are memories, preserved, shared. To unravel them is to erase not just the past, but the very possibility of a future. Blackwood's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing. You would condemn us to eternal slumber? To this curated half-life? I would offer a different kind of waking, Alara said, a desperate, audacious idea forming in her mind. Not an unraveling, but a reweaving, a new tapestry, woven not just from the dreams of the past, but with the threads of the present. A dream that is not an escape, but a reflection. A story that acknowledges both the sorrow and the joy, the darkness and the light. She walked to the central loom, the one that Blackwood had been standing before, its empty frame seeming to pulse with a dark, expectant energy. She took the silver and moonstone shuttle, the one said to have belonged to the first Alara Thorn, and she began to thread it, not with the gossamer threads of dream stuff, but with something else. She reached into her own memories, her own emotions, her grief for her lost husband, yes, but also her joy in her art, her passion for discovery, her quiet resilience in the face of disappointment. She wove these threads, vibrant and real, into the ancient waiting warp of the loom. As she worked, a new light began to fill the grand weaving chamber. Not the cold, silvery light of the moon, nor the dim, guttering glow of the somnus bloom, but a warm, golden radiance, like sunrise after a long, dark night. The loom responded. Its ancient timbers seemed to sigh with a new, vibrant energy. The faded dream tapestries on the walls began to shimmer, their colors deepening, their intricate patterns becoming clearer, more alive. Silas Blackwood watched her, his expression a mixture of disbelief, dawning hope, and a profound ancient weariness. The feverish light in his eyes began to soften, to be replaced by a flicker of his own long-forgotten human memories. The lullabies of unknowing, he whispered, his voice barely audible. They were meant to soothe, not to suppress. We forgot how to dream new dreams. Alara continued to weave, her hands moving with a speed and precision she hadn't known she possessed. She wove the sorrow of generations with the hope of a new dawn. She wove the darkness of forgotten nightmares with the bright, resilient threads of waking courage. She wove a new tapestry, a new dream, for Somnolence House. The effect was profound. The oppressive silence of the house was broken, not by discordant whispers, but by a gentle, harmonious hum, the sound of the great loom awakening to a new, more vibrant rhythm. The somnus bloom, in its hidden courtyard, began to unfurl its petals, releasing a fragrance that was not just soporific, but restorative. That which sleeps beneath, it did not awaken in chaos. It stirred, it sighed, and it began to dream anew. Dreams that were not just echoes of the past, but reflections of the present and perhaps even whispers of a possible future. Silas Blackwood, his form now almost entirely translucent, his ancient weariness replaced by a faint, serene smile, reached out a hand, not to grasp, but to gently touch the vibrant, newly woven tapestry on the loom. You have rethreaded the heart of somnolence, kinswoman. His voice echoed in Alara's mind, no longer a whisper of despair, but a soft, harmonious chord. You have taught us to dream again. The house, it thanks you. With a final, contented sigh, his form dissolved into the warm, golden light, his essence rejoining the ancient, now reharmonized dream of Somnolence House. Alara Vance remained at Somnolence House, not as a prisoner, but as its new weaver, its new guardian of the slumbering threads. She tended the loom, mended the frayed edges of its ancient tapestries, and with her own unique, resilient spirit, continued to weave new dreams, new stories, into its ever-evolving fabric. The waking sickness was gone, the discordant nightmares had faded. The house and its countless slumbering souls now dreamed a richer, more complex, and ultimately, more human dream. Sometimes, on nights when the mist lies thick in the valley and the moon casts long, dancing shadows through the leaded pane windows, Alara sits before the great loom, her silver shuttle flying, her face illuminated by the warm, golden glow of her own creative fire. She is no longer just Alara Vance, the textile artist. She is a dream weaver, a storyteller in thread and light, a guardian of the fragile, beautiful, and eternal human capacity to dream. And Somnolence House, nestled in its slumbering Welsh valley, continues its ancient, quiet vigil. Its walls no longer a prison of forgotten sorrows, but a sanctuary of ever-renewing dreams, its heart beating with the gentle, harmonious rhythm of a story that is always and forever being rewoven. The silence of the house is no longer empty. It is filled with the soft, rustling whispers of a million beautiful, resilient, and now finally hopeful dreams.